Welcome, everybody, to the February 16th, 2022 meeting of the Monterey Regional Airport. Can we have roll call, please?
I can hardly hear you, but I am here.
Director Sani? Yes.
Yes, here.
Director Curcio?
Here.
Director Leffel?
Here.
Director Sabo?
Here.
Chair Miller?
Here. Is there a way we can turn up the volume for Director Sani? It's kind of low.
Yes, and I forgot my hearing aids. Did you bring yours?
Yes.
I didn't. Thank you. Can you hear us
Maybe
okay?
you could put a right one in and give him the left.
Yes, give me a second.
There you go. There's some
Unmute and
merit
say
to
something.
that.
We're trying to make sure we've got.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, we're trying to turn up the volume on the speaker in here so everybody can hear you as well. 'Cause it's a little bit low right now.
Okay, I can try and speak closer. Is this better? Okay, keep me posted.
Okay, no, that's good. Okay, pledge allegiance. Director Sabo, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Communications and announcements. Does anybody at the board have an announcement to make? Staff, any announcements?
No announcements.
I noticed TSA out front. Are they,
They're doing a hiring event in the other conference room today.
oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay. Recruiting.
Are you applying?
Mike apparently has an interest. Howard, you need a part-time job? Okay, thank you very much. Public comment, before I begin, anybody who has their cell phone on, if you could please put it on vibrate. As I am doing right now. Thank you. Any member of the audience may address the airport district at this time on any item that is not on today's agenda and should be within the jurisdiction of what the airport can actually accomplish. Comments concerning matters set forth on this agenda will be heard at that time when the matter is under consideration. Any member of the public wish to make public comment? Okay, hearing none. Our consent agenda is very lengthy. These are items that are routine in nature and come with a recommendation from the staff for approval or adoption. I think we have one second reading here, number 7 resolution.
That's correct.
That's a second reading,
This is correct.
something we had already heard before. Does any member of the board or public wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second,
We have a first by Director Curcio and a second by Director Leffel. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Actually, Mr.
You have to
because
take-
we have someone remote, we need-
Oh, we got to do,
It needs to be roll call vote.
okay, everything needs to be roll call vote. I'll remember that. Note to self.
Yeah, it's because we've got someone remote.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Denise, can you please do roll call?
Director Sani?
Yes,
Director Curcio?
Yes.
Director Leffel?
yes,
Director Sabo?
Yes.
Chair Miller?
Yes. Okay, passes. Open session, public hearing. Mr. Lapierre, you going to help us out on that?
I'll defer to Mr. Huber. This is regarding the redistricting or the redrawing of the board member election district boundaries.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have, Denise, can you take a look and see, do we have Doug Johnson as an attendee that we can? Okay, he will likely join in just a moment, but we have, I sent him the link to it. We have a series of maps that have been published. There were 3 that were online, and just yesterday, a 4th one came in that has been placed on the website, and you've got copies of it there. For members of the public, here are also additional copies. Each of the maps, did you get it? Okay, each of the maps has a color associated with it. So this is the opportunity for the board to discuss and to receive public comment from members of the public related to the maps regarding any of the items that are important, particularly related to the Fair Maps Act. And remember, we have to have the population amongst the district cannot have a variation of more than 10%. Ideally, the lines need to be, you cannot split any racial minorities that live within a contiguous block. We need to make sure to take a look at that the boundaries are congruent, that they're compact, that communities of interest are not split where to the extent possible. And again, any other local things that you want to consider that you think are important. And you can certainly identify those, and members of the public can identify those if they would like. But this is where Mr. Chair, I would suggest that you open the public meeting, open the public hearing, receive comment from the public if there is any, and then have a discussion about which maps you prefer, why, what boundaries you like. These do not have to be finalized today, although it would be good if you could, but they do not have to be finalized today. You could make some recommended boundary changes. The demographer could come back with some additional, maps at your direction later if you would like. This is pretty much an open process. It is, and I will use the term, this is sometimes a messy process. And the reason why I say that is because sometimes when you say, well, it'd be good to keep this neighborhood in this other district, sometimes the numbers go really crazy. So then you have to look at, well, now we've got to readjust somewhere else. If you want that neighborhood in this one, then something else has to be taken out. It is a good idea. And it was recommended that to the extent possible, that you try and keep, again, to the extent possible, that you try and keep boundaries with other jurisdictions where possible. For example, school districts. You don't have to worry about, for example, the districts that the city of Monterey is doing, but where you have a public agency that has a portion of area in your district, it'd be good to keep the lines contiguous, because then it keeps the voters available to say, well, I'm in this district and that area, and everybody in that group would be the same. For example, if you have a school district, just as an example, or a portion of a city, it makes it easy for voters to say, well, we're all voting for the same sets of people regardless of the agency. Does that make sense? It's low on the list, but it's a good idea if you can get there. But
And if you could just go over the timeline that we're under to get this accomplished.
you have to, by April, I believe it's April 17. I put in a phone call yesterday to the elections office to find that out. Did not hear back from them, so I'll send an email today, but I believe it's April 17. We have to be finished and have this over to the county. And again, I had heard that date before. I wanted them to step on the line and confirm it. Yes, that is the date. So
the 17th is the drop dead date for us to get this in. And we do have when is our board meeting in April?
So your next meeting is March 16, where ideally you'd pass the first reading of the ordinance. The second reading would come at the April meeting if there's time to do it. And it looks like we may have to, and this was what my question was going to be. I was going to let them know the second hearing would be April 20th at the regular meeting. And I was going to find out with the elections office, is that okay or is that not okay? And if it's not, which I suspect that's what they're going to say,
Right, you
We-
just said that the 17th
we,
was the
we
last.
may have to move the meeting up to the 13th. The second Wednesday, if that works, so that you can pass the ordinance on the second reading on the 13th. But again, that's why I wanted to confirm April 17th. Is that a hard deadline from the elections office? Or is there some,
Wiggle room.
yeah, sometimes I will tell you very candidly, I have dealt with a lot of public agencies who will openly advertise, no, April 17th is it. And really it's April 30th. Because they know people will just get stuff in late. And so I'm not suggesting Monterey County Elections is doing that, but I was going to find out. So
Who established these dates, the county or the state?
depending on which date you're talking about, it's either the county or the state. Some are set by statute, some are set by the county.
Okay.
But if you're talking about April 17th, that one was set by the county.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have questions of District Council.
Okay, let me open up the public comment first, and then we'll come back to the board.
Okay.
Do you think you're,
Well, they're kind of explanatory,
okay, go ahead.
the terms that he's using. Scott, you
Yes.
used the term in defining the considerations we should have as board members, that one of them being compact.
Yes.
I'm not sure what that means.
What-
The two to a bed, what?
The best example I can give you are, and I mean, no offense by this, are congressional districts. For example, you don't have it so much on the peninsula, but the further inland you get, for example, my congressman, where I live in Roseville, represents the upper northeast corner of the state, and it runs all the way down into what I will call the southeast portion of the state, down, Pat, like if you were to go from Fresno straight east, it runs all the way down Alpine County, all the way down there. When it's long and skinny, it's not compact. You want them to be as reasonably compact, or I'll use the term sort of like, together, right? What you don't want to do is have a horseshoe shape where someone has to go from, if you're going to go from one portion of the area to another, you don't want to have to crisscross 2 or 3 districts to get to the other side of the same voting district. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand. And could this be the subject for a challenge or a lawsuit if it's not compact?
The short answer is it could. Having said that, it's fairly low on the list of items to be challenged. And quite frankly, the bigger issue is what they call cracking, or where you take a neighborhood and you split it in two to take if you have a large racial minority population, you split it in two, so you dilute the vote. That's a bigger problem. The short answer is it something that people could challenge? Sure, people can challenge anything. I will tell you, I have reviewed all of the maps. I don't think you have any map that could reasonably be challenged. That doesn't mean that some aren't better than others, in some respects. But this is why the demographics, more than anything else, the demographic information published with each map is really important.
Okay.
Because you want to make sure that you're not splitting, minority groups in the same district. You're not breaking them up to dilute their vote. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
And then we probably covered this before, but the detail on this is not really great, So current board members may or may not fall within the drawn districts here on any of the colored maps. My question is if a current board member falls outside of one of the districts that we select here, what happens to them? Do they have to go to the penalty box or what?
So it's interesting. The question you asked is quite detailed because of where we are.
Oh, good.
So for example, Right now, you have 2 board members who are at large and 3 board members who come from a district. Regardless of what you do, every board member will serve out the term to which they have been elected. Every board member.
In the district,
If you were
in
elected.
the old district,
Yeah, in the old district.
like but use me as an example.
Yep.
I'm District 5.
Yep.
Now, let's say District 5 now it excludes me. In other words, it doesn't cover where I live. Okay, and that, explain it from there.
You are still elected and will still sit as a board member until
Of
your,
District 5,
well, of the old District 5. Does that make sense?
the old District 5.
You will, now let me keep going, because I'm gonna tell you where my heart is in just a minute. So you are elected from the old District 5. The old District 5 will exist until, and the old district, tell me your number. 3, and the old District 1, I think, is Director Sani. Those members that were elected from those districts will remain
Okay,
until your term is up. Now, the reason why I don't want to say you'll be represented from District 1 or from District 5, I have a firm belief that the provincialism or the tribalism that comes from these maps is really damaging. And it does not benefit the airport. It doesn't benefit your constituents. It doesn't benefit anybody. While it may not be so important here, let me give you an example. Let's say you were a school district, right? And you have multiple schools around all of the different areas. If you had one director, for example, or one area that has a couple of schools, but now no directors in them, this tribalism or provincialism gets to a place where you'll have directors who will say, well, but the schools in my district need X. Well, you represent everybody. Even though you were elected from one district, you represent everybody in the district. You represent all constituents. All constituents may not vote for you, but you represent them all, in my opinion. And
in your opinion.
And I think that's the best policy. I think from a policy standpoint, any member, regardless of where they live, if they have an issue, they should be able to come to any director and say, I've got an issue. And let me give you an example. With overflight and noise, right? That's an issue that sometimes comes up. I think it doesn't serve the public to have a director say, if you've got someone standing there saying, well, look, I've got an issue with airport noise. Sorry, I'm not your director. Don't talk to me about it. I don't want to hear about noise because you don't live in my area. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And so just from a policy standpoint, it's just not good. So I wish we didn't have to do this because I think it's not particularly necessary or beneficial in this instance as applied to the Monterey Airport. That ship has sailed. The law is the law. It is what it is. But I think it's really good, no matter where you're elected from, to represent everybody. If someone has an issue, they ought to be able to come to any one of the 5 of you. And it doesn't matter whether they live in your district or not, right? So having said that, let me get off my soapbox and get back to the question you asked. If you're in District 5, you were elected from District 5. If the map that is selected puts you in a different district, you still serve out your full term to which you were elected. It doesn't change. Should you want to run for re-election, you will need to run for re-election into whatever the district is that you are into after the map is approved.
Okay,
Does that make sense? So there's a hard line in the sand. You've been elected previously, you finish your full term, and this map, you can look at it. I pick up this one just because I have a hard copy of it. The map, you can consider it that these districts will come in on a staggered basis. Whatever 2 districts you select to come up in 2022, those will be those 2 will come into play in 2022. The other 3 will come into existence in 2024.
messy.
It is messy. That's why I said this is a messy process.
Yeah,
It just is, no matter how you slice it.
thank you. Okay, I'm finished.
Okay. At this time, any member of the public that wish to address the board on this particular issue, please step forward. Howard.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure.
Good morning.
My name is Howard Fosler. I'm here today representing the League of Women Voters of Monterey County. District.
Could you ask them to turn on their microphone?
Oh. There's a switch right at the tail end of that. There we go.
Sorry, should I start over?
Yeah, please. Is it Chris? Can you hear him now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Howard Fosler. I'm here representing the League of Women Voters. I'm on the redistricting committee. We have a representative in each of the entities that are going through this process that you are today. And our job here is to observe. We're not going to tell you what to do or anything like that. We just want to make sure that the process is followed well. And one of my concerns, by the way, is public advice about this process. I'd like to state for the record, or have stated for the record, what has been done, what you have done to get word out to the public so that if there are people with an interest in this, that they're aware this procedure is underway. I'm concerned about that. I thought Mr. Huber did a great job of consolidating a very complicated issue and giving it to you in about 2 minutes. He did a great job with it. One of the words that I think you were looking for is packing. To go with
That was the
tracking.
word. That was the word I was looking for.
That's where you take one ethnic group, put it all in one category, one group, one area, and keep them out of everything else. The other way to do it is to take that group and slice it up so that they're ineffective. There is no one voice. So it's complicated, and it gets very complicated when you start to think of, you can't put political issues into that consideration. So to me, it's almost impossible to do this accurately. One of the interesting things for you to consider is on the purple map. Mr. Huber pointed out that a district should not be a horseshoe. Well, District 5 is real close to a horseshoe. It needs to be looked at carefully because we've got Pacific Grove and Monterey chopped up pretty well, and that whole, and including areas in 5 that could otherwise be in 3 or 4 and 2, and make that a lot more succinct, tightened up. Those are the kinds of things that we'd be looking at as we follow along with you. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know we don't like to respond directly to questions, but what have we done for outreach on this?
As we indicated at the last meeting, during the last public hearing, we've waited to publish, to put the maps on our website until such time as the board has seen them. This is the first time the board has seen them.
Right.
Now they'll go on the website.
And we're still early in this process. We have, like was pointed out earlier, we've got several more steps to go through before we get there.
We do. What is on the website currently is a notice that we are in fact in the redistricting process and the current districting map. The current one, not these alternatives at this point.
Okay.
They will be, however.
Actually, I think they are now.
Or they are.
Once
going?
the agenda was posted, I think they're,
That's true. They would be on the agenda. You're correct. Yeah.
they're in the packet.
Yep.
The other thing I'll mention to you, in addition to that, we have published in the newspaper a public hearing notice advertising the last meeting, this meeting, and the next meeting. And we continue to advertise it. We just pull off the meetings that are in the past, and we keep, so we've advertised it several times in the newspaper. 3, I think, twice so far, and then the third one will, yep. So we've continued with that.
Okay, very good. Do we advise the cities or not?
We don't issue invitations. We issue notices.
Okay,
They are certainly welcome to participate, just as everyone.
but we have
else is.
noticed them, right?
They are noticed the same way as the general public is noticed through advertisement in our website.
And I will also note on top of that, there are several members of the cities that receive our packet directly when it's published.
Very good. Thank you.
The noticing is done through the Herald.
Correct.
Okay, is Mr. Johnson available or?
Is he
One
on?
of the
No,
attendees.
that's okay. I'll send him a text message and I did want to address one of the comments by Mr. Foster, and I appreciate his comments greatly. All of these items are sort of a give and take. I told you the order in which of most importance. The most important is to look at the percentages of racial minorities, make sure you're not cracking them or packing them, that you're not, monkeying with the numbers that way. Then the next is, to make sure you've got a contiguous line. What you can't have is districts that are separated without being connected by some land, so to speak. Like a polka dot, map would be inappropriate. Then the next one is compact. Then below that is communities of interest. So this is sort of a trade-off. You may have a community of interest that you really need to keep together, but in exchange for that, you have to make it not as compact and make it spread out. Does that make it invalid? No, not at all, because you're considering them in order and saying, well, in order to do this, we need to exchange that. But that's why I said at the very beginning, it's messy. It just is. And ultimately, it's left into your sound discretion within the boundaries of the law. That's why I mentioned at the beginning, I've looked at all of the maps you have, and I think they all would withstand judicial scrutiny. Every one of them. If someone challenges you on any of these maps, which I doubt, I believe they would all stand up to judicial scrutiny. Every one of them. Just my opinion.
Mr.
No.
Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay. When you mentioned this horseshoe, going back to the horseshoe concept here, I think in the example that you gave of the congressional district, that line you were talking about runs along the the foothills out there. And so that becomes, and in this case here, District 5 is a matter of geography. And so shouldn't that play a role in our considerations here if there are no people there? That's the reason the district may be big. And the reason there's no people there is because the terrain won't allow it. Okay.
Sure.
So and in your case with the congressional district, that line up there represents people that have a whole different opinion than the Flatlanders. Okay.
Sure.
And I guess, can you respond to that a little
Sure.
bit so that we're, since you used or a member of public used District 5 as an example
Yeah.
here.
Sure. What I would say is the examples I gave, none of them are by definition illegal. You need to analyze it under all of those, priorities to determine, have you considered each of the priorities? If you've considered the priorities in order and you come down to a district that's long and skinny, that's okay, as long as you've considered those other priorities. If you look at it and you say, well, for example, you've got a mountain range here and everybody that is in that mountain range, they consider that their community of interest. That's totally okay. You'll note, I was talking about my congressional district that did withstand judicial scrutiny. The courts looked at it and said, yep, that's okay. It doesn't mean it's ideal, but it means it's legal.
Okay, let me ask you
yeah.
this and then I'll shut up, but no, I won't really. How do you demonstrate that you considered that? Is it the discussions that we have, so that you're not challenged where somebody says you didn't even consider it?
So
Do you understand my question?
I do. If you had someone here that said, you shouldn't split this neighborhood down the middle on one of the maps, and I'm taking this as a hypothetical because I don't know if we're splitting any neighborhoods. I have no, but if someone says we've got this large community of interest that you shouldn't split, and you say, you know what, we're splitting it anyway. then that would demonstrate you're not necessarily listening to your constituents.
Okay,
People need to raise these issues. If you all discuss these issues here, then you would need to consider it. Let me give you an example, a real life example. You all know, I think that I sit on the Roseville Joint Union High School District as a school board member. We received a demand to go to by-district elections. There's a small portion in our district that's in Sacramento County. The rest of it is in Placer County. For decades, the people that live in Antelope in Sacramento County have felt like they don't belong, that they're treated as, something different than the rest of the county, despite the fact that we spent hundreds of millions of dollars building a brand new high school there. And they just feel like, hey, so in our drawing of the map, we came up with some criteria. One of the criteria was we want every school to have at least 2 board members, every school. And we want every board member to be in at least the jurisdictional boundaries of at least 2 schools, to try and avoid this, well, my school needs this and your school needs that. And so there was a big discussion about splitting Antelope down the middle, because our large discussion was, is it appropriate to split this neighborhood down the middle? Because they consider themselves a community of interest. But then the flip side of that is it better for them to have 1 representative and keep their community of interest, or to have 2 representatives and you split it down the middle? I think either of them would have been fine, and I think either of them would withstand judicial scrutiny. But that's how you demonstrate that you considered it,
okay.
is by talking about it. And if there's if nobody comes in and says, hey, you shouldn't do X, you shouldn't split my neighborhood. And again, this is a hypothetical. If nobody comes forward suggesting that, then it means you're probably doing okay.
Okay, just so I understand, so that we don't necessarily have to comment as a board on each individual item that you had delineated as possible considerations out there.
The fact that I have, my comment was strategic. The fact that I have identified for you all of these ideas, all of these concepts, means you are considering it. Even if you don't even if you don't bring up each one specifically, I have analyzed the data. I can tell you from a data standpoint, you are not, cracking, or you're not going to be subject to any claims of cracking or packing racial minorities, because I've looked at the data. That doesn't mean that you have to look at the data and say, okay, I've analyzed it for you. Now, again, if you get comments from individuals, you should consider those comments. And you should then analyze those comments. Can we comply with what they're asking? Or are they asking for something that we can't do?
Okay, thank you. You answered my question.
Okay, thank you. Next step. Don't we need a presentation from?
You don't necessarily need a presentation. He hasn't joined yet, he hasn't joined yet. So you don't necessarily need a presentation from him. All he was going to say is, the only reason why he really should hear this, and we'll have this recording for him, is so that if you say, well, we need to adjust the lines based on the discussion you have together collectively with Director Sani online. If you were to say, well, we need to adjust this boundary and that boundary and the other boundary, he will need to hear that, and he will hear it from the recording based on what you discuss. You may not feel the need to adjust any boundaries. In that case, there's nothing to do other than pick a map. But this is where your discussion will come in, and I hesitate to embrace this mapping ideology so much, but I have done this so much that I can tell you I can effectively communicate exactly what you want to him. Mapping is not a hobby of mine, but I know it well enough to be able to effectively communicate what you want to say.
Okay, why don't we begin with Director Sani then, if he has any questions.
I'm getting off a mute here. I do. I'll refer to Mr. Foster's comment about number 5, and I think I had even articulated this last time we discussed this. It seems like such a large area. I'm wondering if we've ever considered cutting it kind of directly in the middle and increasing the size of 2 with 5. I'm sorry, I don't know if am I making sense what I'm trying to show, or is there?
Yeah. If I, yeah, let me actually address that. I actually, Doug and I did this exercise. If you look, area number 5, if you look at area number 5, these districts all have roughly, each of these districts have roughly the same population. And that's what's important, is the population of each district. The reason why 5 is geographically so large, in fact, geographically, or I'm sorry, population wise, area number 5 is your lowest population. It is 6% below the median, right? It's because it is not a densely populated area. You have a lot of golf courses in there. You have large homes in there. You have, you know, and the homes are not, you know, next to each other. They're spread out. So it would be able, we would be able to, you know, we looked at doing that, and in order to split number 5 geographically, you would take all of the other districts and essentially put them in a blender, and the map would look nothing like the last map. So the idea was, we started from where the last map was and looked at, okay, what changes do we need to make? You were somewhat fortunate in that you didn't have, because of the numbers, you had some population growth, but it was really limited to a couple of areas. So we didn't have to throw everything out and start over from scratch. But that's the reason why 5 looks so large. It is, in my estimation, more than half of the square miles of your district. It is the lowest of all 5. You have, you know, it has less than 1/5 of the population. So that's why it looks that way.
I see I was muted. Can I go ahead and unmute again?
Yep.
So again, I guess I'd at least, I mean, we've got 5 maps in front of us. It would be interesting to see if we did divide it differently, and if you would expand 1 and 2 differently then, and obviously 4 and 3 as well. And I appreciate what Council Huber said, you know, as far as we would be really looking at the maps, but I think I just find that very interesting that we have half of the map essentially in one district. So that's one thing. I personally found the orange map kind of messy, especially with all the jagged division lines, especially looking at the fact that we had other maps that seemed a little cleaner in my perspective. I'm also wondering why District 2, and I believe that area is mostly Fort Ord that we're looking at, but why District 2 gets all of that area and why District 1 doesn't get some of that area, as yeah, it really isn't representing populations at this point. So those are my comments. Thank you.
You want to comment on that? I mean, we have
Sure.
to show it somewhere, correct?
Yeah, I'm happy to. It depends. And again, if you're looking at, tell me that you were suggesting on map, which one, the orange, as to why
The pink.
district number 1 is,
So all of the maps, District number 1 and District number 2 are pretty similar, but District number 1 is quite a bit smaller than District number 2, just in terms of size.
yeah. The reason why is we tried to keep, you do want to look at natural boundaries, for example, and one of the natural boundaries that's there is the city limits of Seaside go out. I think the boundary follows the city limit.
Well, Delray Oaks doesn't follow in the blue. I mean, that's all Fort Ord land, is it not?
Yeah, I believe much of it is, yes.
So, and in the next 10 years, who knows, but it's possible. So I would see, I mean, for the sense of population and for diversity and things of that nature, right now, there's no population in that area. But I would see drawing the lines a little differently, or at least looking at that or understanding why it hasn't been done.
Yeah, if you have an area with no population, you can put the line anywhere you want and it won't make a difference. So that's, depending on which map we're looking at. Like I said, when you move a line, if there's population in there, then you have to readjust. But if there's a logical reason to move a line and there's no population in there, it has,
No impact.
yeah, it.
I think
ultimately doesn't-
Yeah,
Ultimately, it doesn't matter. You can do that without any problem.
right now, it doesn't matter. Who knows in the next decade? And my comment is just, why wouldn't you draw the line out for the District 1, the pink area, just like the District 2, the blue area?
Yeah, let me clarify. When I say it doesn't matter, what I mean, it doesn't matter legally. You can do that without any problem, no legal risk whatsoever if that's the desire.
Yeah, it just seems that, I mean, I understand right now we're not representing anybody in that area. As we know, Fort Ord hasn't been developed and is in question overall. But it just seems interesting that we put that all in District 2 versus cutting it a little differently. So my comments, thank you.
And there may be, I will say this, there may be, looking forward, again, this map will be adopted for 10 years. There actually could be some logic to doing that. If you want to split, if you think there's going to be some growth in that area, you could divide the growth so it hits among 2 different districts rather than all in one. Because what you'd be doing is you'd be setting yourself up for 10 years down the road. If all the population is in one district, then you're going to have major changes to that one district rather than maybe potentially minor changes in 2 districts. Again, up to you.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else, Director Sani? Okay.
No, thank you.
Bill, anything you'd like to add or say at this?
Yeah, I have a question, and I'm a little concerned that our demographer, or whatever we call this, the man that created these, isn't here, because I'm a little concerned about certain ways that the existing, the new maps were drawn relative to the existing districts. Okay, and let me, at the risk of being very parochial here, if you look at Area 5, right around this area right out here, where I live, okay, I noticed that on all the maps, it got the dotted line, which represents the old district, was modified. The dotted line wasn't modified, but the areas surrounding it were modified. And I don't even know whether I'm still in my own district under the new thing. And I don't know why that was carved out for special attention. And I'm just on all of them, right? It's
Can we bring up the map? Would that be possible? What map are you referring?
all of them, because they all,
You have purple in your hand. You want to use?
yeah, use purple. Yeah.
I'm not logged in.
And I think, I may be assuming correctly, but I think where we currently reside and what district we reside is of interest, not a deciding factor, but of interest to the board members. And I can't tell anything from this.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let me log in.
Would you like me to log in?
Oh, yeah,
This is
Chris, if you can pull up, Chris, if you could pull up the maps and then share your screen, that'd be awesome.
Give me 1 minute, please.
And Chris, I'm going to forward to you a website to pull up that actually.
Mr. Lapierre, do we have a laser pointer or anything the board could use to point out these areas? New batteries.
Probably a necessary thing.
Mike, former engineer or engineer, you always travel around with a laser pointer, don't you?
Maybe I could just describe it.
We'll
Okay.
be able to pull it up. On the website, when you expand into the maps, all of the roads are there and then the names pop up when you expand.
Yeah.
Depending on the map, we'll be able to look and see which district you're in if you would like. One question. Do all of these maps include people who are here in those same seats? I'm sorry, say that again. In any of these maps, does anyone get popped out of their seat? There has been some change depending on the map you're looking at. Yeah.
Yes.
Not substantial, but yes, there has been some change. Yep. And that's one of the things, again, while that isn't on the list of items for consideration, that is one thing that we do, mention.
Can you see it now?
Right here is the dotted line is our current borders.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I noticed that the blue area got changed on the current borders. Now, again, at the risk of being very parochial, but it is a factor in our final decision. Director Kersey and I live very close to them. Okay, now, when these, on every one of the maps, this got redrawn, what happened to Director Kersey? That's kind of where I am.
Yeah.
And it's a point of information rather than a decision.
Yeah. Chris, let me give you, I'm going to send Chris Morello a link.
Can you see the screen though now? Do you see the orange? No, okay.
Yeah, we can see the orange map, but I'm going to give you a link that'll have the website and it'll make it easier to look at on the website with these things. Hang on one second.
Bill, can you point to your house on that map up there?
Good luck.
Not particularly, but
Okay.
roughly.
I can only kind of come close. I can't tell. I presume this is like a Highway 68 thing.
It is, yes.
Okay, yes. And I don't know what this is, but I'm maybe right there, and you may be right there.
So Bill, you're out in the tan area right now. Barbara's house is in the tan area. Out there on that little leg
On the
that
far
we're
right.
trying to get rid of.
Okay.
Keep going, 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 keep going. Tan up, up. There's Pasadena up there.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
Okay. I was getting confused. All right. Never mind. But that should at least my question, but I think it's valuable to know where.
Yeah, let me.
each one of them are.
Yeah, and again, depending on the map, we'll be able to tell you where which board member is in which area.
Do we need the guy here?
Well, he had an emergency. He said he can jump in on the phone if necessary, but he doesn't have a computer in front of him. So
I'm not sure that we need it.
yeah, but based on the term that he used, that he had an emergency. I'll tell him, don't worry about calling in, because we can pull it up and I can show you where if you know where you live, we can pull up the map and.
I left there
If
not
your
too long
friend-
ago.
If your name and address is in your
It's
jacket.
always possible that I forgot, on the way here.
Hopefully Barbara
Scott, I don't
didn't,
think
hopefully
we don't-
Barbara didn't
we
sell
don't
her
need
house
it.
this morning.
Yeah.
Scott,
Okay.
Do you want me to bring up that? I did get the email. Would you like me to bring that up now?
Yeah, bring up that website.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing for a second just because I have a lot of things open and then I'll come back to it.
Okay.
Carl, are we supposed to come to a decision today, possibly?
It would be nice, but not a requirement.
Okay, I'm back. Do you see the map?
Yeah, so, do me a favor, Denise, can you minimize that little thing right there, the photos? So if you zoom in, for example, so this is the tan map.
Mhm.
Zoom in, if you wouldn't mind, Chris, on the blue area on the east side, the Pasadena neighborhood. Right, like right there.
Mhm.
So on this map, Bill, you would be in the blue area, right?
Yeah.
On the other map that you were looking at, that's one of the areas, again, depending on which map you choose. You can see that the dashed line will tell you what the previous boundary was. And this one, if I remember the tan line, the reason why that one was changed on this one was because that follows the school district boundary. That was one of the examples I told you about.
Oh,
That follows the school district boundary, and it makes sense to have people in a school district who are voting for school district individuals have the same opportunity to all vote for the same board member, rather than someone saying, well, I'm in, and I'll use an example, I'm in District 2, and then they go to school with someone, well, I'm in District 5 for the airport.
okay.
You typically want people, for example, who have children going to a school to be able to vote for the same individuals, rather than have half of a school vote for one, half of a school vote for the other. So that was why this changed. So there are variations that are made. We intentionally looked at communities of interest to say, well, let's put some of these communities of interest together, right? And that's this map, that's the tan map. And that's why this one was a late one, was we were looking at some of those communities of interest.
Okay.
It also keeps quite a bit of New Monterey together. It keeps quite a bit of Pacific Grove together. That's why some of these modifications were made to this map. Chris, click on, let's see, Bill, you were looking at purple before, right?
Yeah, I had purple.
Click on purple and then
up there.
unclick tan if you would. Okay, so you see this one is, this is the one you were looking at before. This would have you in District 5, I think. But again, it splits a community of interest. Now, can you do that and have it be legal? Sure. You just have to make a conscious decision that there are other considerations that are more important for this one.
Okay.
That one does also divide New Monterey a little bit. And so that's why we kind of made some modifications looking at communities of interest. Just to give you some options.
Okay. My comments originally, I was disoriented on the map. I didn't know where I was. You know, I can find my way to Guam, but not on this.
We should probably strike that from the minutes.
So Chris, do me a favor, click on tan and then unclick purple. So this map, and the only reason why I know this off the top of my head is because this is one that Doug and I were working on yesterday. This map, let's see, this map would keep, this map would have in area 1, Director Sani would remain in that district. And I believe all of them keep Director Sani in her district. This map would have Directors Sabo and Curcio in number 2. It would have Director Leffel in 3. Director Miller in 4, and currently no one in 5. But it keeps communities of interest together. It keeps most of New Monterey together. It keeps the school district portion over here together. Again, this is why it keeps more of Pacific Grove together. That's why we were sort of looking at some of those items yesterday.
Okay.
Anything else? So my plan is we'll just have a discussion here, and then we'll poll the board to see if we have a preference or if we want to send this back for redesigning.
Sure.
Director Leffel, any,
You know, I looked at the numbers. I looked at, I'm gonna say, I guess what's the supporting documentation that came along with this, with the population divisions. And it appears to me that the work that you all have done on these keeps the population fairly divided and the communities of interest together. So I actually like that tan map that came out yesterday. I thought that one made sense. And I was also trying to look at our current map, which I think if we look at that one, let's see here, that it maybe more carefully resembles the current map for most of it. I think with what Director Sani was saying, the only thought that I had was to maybe bring the seaside boundary and close that little square up there in the middle. And I understand she's talking about the visual of how big the area is, but for me, it's more like who's the current population. So maybe instead of having a dividing line down Broadway, that you move it over to Hillby or something where you pick up more of the actual seaside population to keep that community more in as a whole. So that was a thought that I had visually. And Lisa, I went with President Obama and the community for the signing for the National Monument. So to me, it doesn't matter if visually you like that we draw the line out there through the National Monument. I don't think it makes any difference because there's not going to be any growth out there. The growth may be where you've got the pink where there are no houses, because that's on the other side of General Jim Moore there. And that is slated for some development, and whether or not it's for economic development, which was what was originally put forth for that acreage, or whether it ends up being housing or whatever. But, you know, I'm okay if it's within the law to take this line and draw it out through there. So visually it looks like number one has the same size or bigger district than somebody else. I don't care. But other than that, you know, I think it's good. If I were to choose a perfect world, I'd probably say maybe put the rest of Monterey together, but it's really very hard to do because of the way the numbers are. And I get that with the population and trying to divide it up. I think it's, I think you've got a good handle on the 10 map of putting that Pasadena along with that, because it also puts it where people may have concerns about noise and flight path and that sort of thing. And so it gives them a voice. You know, I'm okay with it. I don't think I like, I didn't like, one of them kind of was like, really? Can't remember which one it was. Maybe purple. Purple I thought was kind of crazy. Just the way Pacific Grove got divided up and everything else got divided up. That one didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But otherwise, yeah, I'm good on it. Probably we still have some tweaking to do, but I think the documentation does support maybe the 10 map a little bit more carefully. And I don't know if you asked him maybe, or could ask him about adding into Hillby. And I don't know, Lisa, if you want to weigh in on that, but it would give a little more. It'd almost take in all of Seaside then where the current population is.
Yeah, we actually tried to do that, and it immediately pushed the population out of whack by about 15%.
Yeah,
Like
that's very heavy. That's
Yeah.
very dense.
we tried doing that.
Okay. And I know Seaside, you know, an issue is, and it's something that the public needs to understand. our district was drawn in 41 when a lot of this land was federal land, and therefore it was not drawn into the district. So for instance, the hard line up there is Co Avenue, because on the north side of Co Avenue was Fort Ord, and on the south side was Seaside. So, and people don't or it was the county, it wasn't Seaside at the time, but people don't understand that, but that was the division line for Fort Ord for all those years. So I know that a couple people came to me when I was originally running, when we were not in individual districts, and wanted to know why they couldn't vote for me. And it was because they were in Seaside Highlands, but on the other side of Co Avenue. So I think, that's always kind of confusing to people, particularly if they use the airport a lot. They would like to have a voice, but we're dealing with the 1941 line. So anyway, Lisa, so did you have anything on that Hillby thing and why we can't do it?
I appreciate your comments. I believe we had even discussed that last time. I think that's, to me, again, where the jog just visually even, and I think that is part of Seaside East, that there may be development of some sort, whether it's economic or it's affordable housing or housing at this point in the future. And that's why I made the comment that I did. I do appreciate and I do understand that, there is a high population there overall. So I guess I still would like to, how much population, if we look at even number 5, if we look to the side that 1 and 2 are part of, I'm not good with directions, and especially I don't think there are directions on this map. So there can't be that much population to that side of 5, is there? Where 1 and 2 are? And if we would, and I understand then that gets into school districts and representation.
Yeah.
In 3 too, is what I think I heard.
Yeah, there is limited population along that boundary, but what it does though is, because 5 is the lowest population wise by 6% already, any population that you take out causes that number to grow.
And there can't be a deviation of more than 10% or something?
From the largest to the biggest, you can't have more than 10%.
From the largest to the smallest.
I'm sorry. Right, that's
Something along that line.
right, that's what I said, from the largest to the smallest.
So
Pretty sure that's exactly what I said.
So those are my comments. That's.
Okay. Director Curcio, thank you.
Sure, thank you. Scott, thank you for getting this down to where you've really done a tremendous amount of the work for us, and it makes it much simpler for me anyway, to be able to understand the whys, et cetera. First of all, I do want to say that we are seriously considering moving from where we're living currently, and I really like the tan map, and I understand that if in fact, see, because Director Sabo and I are in the same district, but we wouldn't be if I moved.
Yeah.
Or the other thing is, I can serve out my term where we are currently.
Yes.
So I have no problem with the tan map.
Now, this is where, again, I will say it gets messy, right? I believe you and Director Miller are still at large, elected at large.
Right.
You could move anywhere in the entire district and still remain in your seat. But the 3 other directors who were elected from a by district election, you would have to remain in the old area. If you move out of the old area, you would vacate the seat.
But what if your area moves?
If your area moves, that's okay. But it's going to get really sticky very quickly. We would actually have to, I would suggest doing a validation action to make sure that that's not a problem, because all of the case law shows you remain in the district you were elected from until you're elected to the new one. I'm not saying we couldn't make that work by saying, well, let's do a validation action. In other words, we put it in front of the courts and say, we think this is okay, and the court blesses it. But if no one is, since you're the only one who has announced that you might be moving, if no one else is contemplating moving at the moment, I would suggest, let's not do that. If I could be so bold.
Let's not do what?
Move out of the district you were elected from.
It might be rather shocking to Hal if I went home and said we were moving.
Yeah.
Just saying.
But for now, if I'm reading this correctly, and I'm listening to this discussion, we don't have anybody in District 5.
You do not.
No.
You do not.
On the tan map.
Under the tan map. And from a technical standpoint, I'm gonna, because you mentioned that you possibly may move, if you were to move into District 5, you technically wouldn't be the District 5 representative unless you ran for reelect, unless you ran from District 5, once 5 comes into
Right.
place.
Right. So if I run again, I would be running from District 5.
If you moved
if
into
we
5.
moved there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
And if you move onto a golf course, may I suggest it has a guest residence for me to come and stay where I can just go right onto the course.
We've actually been living on a golf course for the last 22 years. That's all I have.
Thank you. You mentioned a new word that I wasn't aware of. I thought the boundaries had to be drawn to show minority majorities but you used the word compacting or packing.
So those are, yeah, compact is one and packing is different. So if you have, for example,
Packing being the bad one.
yes, you want them to be compact, right?
Right.
You want them to be as reasonably compact as possible. Packing is, for example, if you have, let me use a number. If you have, I'll use a number, 30% minority population in the whole area of the airport. By drawing it into 5 areas, you have essentially 20% of the population in any one area, essentially. But you could, using some variation, make that a little bit lower. You can get, into the 14, 15, 16%. If you were to take all of the racial minorities and put them into pack them into one district, and that district looked geographic. Now, if they all lived in the same neighborhood, right, there's not much wrong with that. If they live in various neighborhoods and you draw the line so that it puts them all in the same one, think of, let me see if I can find an example of it. If you draw a line that essentially draws all of the racial minorities into the same district, ignoring communities of interest, ignoring other things, and you pack them all into one, you essentially say, instead of, and the idea is that this will allow racial minorities to have someone from their population elected to a board. Under most scenarios, with the numbers I just gave you, typically you would expect 2 racial minorities to be able to be elected from 2 different districts. You would have packed them all into one, and then there were some stragglers, in some other districts, you would only be, that group would only be able to get 1 board member elected, not 2. And so so packing is not okay from that standpoint. But again, looking at the numbers, you don't have any issues with that. I've reviewed this. You do have reasonably compact boundaries so that you don't have a problem here. Again, from a judicial standpoint, I think any of these would withstand scrutiny.
Okay, that's the book. Well, and Director Sonny had, observed that she thought District 1 was the smallest. I don't know. Do we break it down to landmass wise? Because District 4 is another one. And it's just because 1 is a lot of density but also in District 4, my district, a lot of density in Pacific Grove. It's,
Yeah. So I will tell you, we do not consider land mass at all.
Okay.
From a quantity standpoint. We consider land mass like mountain ridges or, neighborhoods. That's the only part of land we consider when you look at communities of interest, that kind of thing. Just square mile area, we don't consider.
okay.
Ironically, if you look at it, area district number 1 is actually the largest population wise,
The most dense.
strictly population wise. Yeah. And the most dense.
And when we talk population, we are talking the literal population, not registered voters.
That's correct. That's correct. You look at, for this purpose, you look at population.
Okay, so is it the desire of the board that we go through and find a preference with any tweaking and move on from there?
I'd like to make an additional comment if I might.
Sure, go ahead.
Chairman. Regarding your discussion, Scott, on packing and all that, I still find District 1 to be packed based upon, and I don't know how to cure it, but if you use language and immigration status and education as elements for consideration, District 1 is skewed very much in favor of the Hispanic community, I guess, and skewed in favor of or against. This is making my head explode.
Yeah.
And in other words, I don't think it was evenly distributed, except for population here. We met the population criteria, and I guess that's the reason we have to do this at all, is because we had a discrepancy in our existing map due to the population change of more than 10%. Is that right? Is that why we have to change? Okay.
Yes.
So now, when we redo these maps, we used population as the criteria. The other consideration I had was not concentrating everything for, in this case, the Hispanic community in one district, and allowing that community with that characteristic of language, immigration, education, to maybe have two directors in the whole thing. So in other words, I'm not in favor of the tan thing, which seems to be the favored map, because it doesn't do what I think we should be considering, which is things other than population. So anyhow.
Yeah, let me, if I can share my screen real quick, let me do this. Hang on 1 second. Okay. On the screen, you will see 2 examples of, one is an example of packing and the other is an example of packing and cracking. So when you look at the colors, consider that to be racial minorities, right? They are pretty evenly spread out. Okay, they're pretty evenly spread out amongst the circle here.
Which color are you looking at?
Well, I'm looking at no color yet.
Oh.
I'm looking at all the color. The colors are pretty evenly distributed, right?
All right.
The one on the left is a perfect example of packing. You have packed everybody that's in the purple color in that middle district. Now, remember, there are 6 districts, right? 6 in each one of these. On the left, you've packed so much in one, right? In that center one, that the other 5 districts are all green majority,
Right.
right? To the detriment of purple. The other one over here, if you just draw lines, just randomly draw lines without any consideration of that, you have essentially cracked the green colors. And now you have 2 green majority districts and 4 purple districts. Now, ideally, based on the numbers, what you should have in here is you should have it really should be 3 and 3. You have the same number of green and purple dots on there. Now, what this doesn't take into account is the geography that you have, right? If you were to take Seaside and split it into 2 and say, well, let's have, because of looking at the racial makeup and the language and all of that, you would be cracking that group.
Okay.
Just looking at the numbers, you would be making it so that and I'll use it because we got the example here, so that a Latino voter in Seaside would have virtually no opportunity to have a Latino representative from Seaside if you were to split it down the middle of Seaside. I mean,
Which is happening on the right.
which is what's happening on the right. Yeah. Those lines were drawn. Now, ironically, if you take that circle and you twist it, the one on the right, if you twist the lines just a little bit, you actually get 3 and 3, right? But they drew the lines strategically so that you get 2 green and 4 purple. That was intentional. You could draw that to have 3 and 3. You could draw straight lines and have 3 and 3. So this is what I mean when we talk about packing and cracking. And I've banged my head against the wall long enough to work on these maps and stuff where I say it's not a hobby, but it might as well be at this point in my life.
No, so if my particular preference here was to have our Hispanic community have the possibility of having 2 directors, that would mean that we take what is now, in my mind, kind of compacted for the Hispanic community into 2 and spread that somehow into 1 or 3, or something. In other words, break it up, crack it. Is that right? Am I using the right term?
No, that's a bad word.
Yeah, cracking is not a good idea. And
Hacking and cracking are bad.
So, in other words, if we stay with all the existing distributions here, then the Hispanic community is pretty much destined to only get 1 director. Is that? And I confess that my head is starting to get a little. I'm not being clear even to myself here. But other than just doing a population analysis and trying to factor in other things like what I've mentioned, I don't know how to do that with our existing maps out here.
yeah, so looking at, and I'm looking at the data from the TAN map.
Okay.
Okay. The total Hispanic population is 59.6%. That would give the Hispanic population an ability, assuming that they vote in similar fashion, that would give them the best opportunity to have a Latino representative from Seaside. If you were to take that.
I'm sorry, we're talking the Hispanic population in District 1.
District
only?
1.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If you were to take that district and split it in half, you would split the Latino vote from 59.6 down to less than 50%, would have to be, if you're going to split Seaside somehow. That is the definition of cracking.
Okay, and that would dilute their vote to the point where they being Hispanic could not have a director in even their existing district.
That's
Number 2.
correct. Yeah. To use this as an example, on the left right here, I'm sorry, on the right, where it says purple in charge, you would essentially, if you take Seaside and split it in half right now, That's the one area to use the phrase they're using where it says purple in charge. That's the one area, Seaside is where Latinos would be, quote, in charge, according to the language that's on this website. If you were to split that, they wouldn't be. In fact, they would have 0 districts.
Okay,
And right now they have 1.
clarifies it.
And by the way, this runs across all of the maps because largely Area 1, while there are some minor changes from map to map, largely Seaside is all together on all the maps. Area
Yes,
1.
I noticed that.
Yeah,
And for me, when you introduced the word packing, because I thought the whole purpose of this exercise that we're going through is to carve out an area where there is a minority majority. So not to dilute their vote in an at-large
That's right.
election.
that's right.
And once you explain packing, where you actually draw the borders in a very irregular way that's not going with city lines, but with an intent to diminish their
Yeah.
power, to just limit them
That's,
to the lowest number of votes. I get it now.
yep.
But that's not what's happening with District 1.
No, heavens no.
No,
It's the opposite.
yes.
That's
It's,
correct. It is
it's
the
in
opposite.
District 1 is doing what the law intended is.
That is correct.
Yes.
That is the one area that you cannot split, I think. If you split Seaside, I will, and you say, no, we insist on doing that. You're going to get a letter from me that says, I recommend you don't do that because I think you're going to be vulnerable to a lawsuit. I'll have to document it, but I think that's the one area where, again, I think from a racial minority standpoint, you have to keep Seaside together.
Director
Yeah,
Kirsten?
just a comment. If I understood Scott correctly earlier in the discussion, in your opinion, from a legal standpoint, all of these maps fall within the parameters that keep us out of trouble.
That is correct. That is correct. Okay. I would not present you a map that I thought was legally insufficient.
Right.
Now, if you were to say, let's move this line and that line,
Yeah.
then I would tell you, I think that would create a legally insufficient map.
No, the point I'm
But-
making
but
is.
no, the maps
that
are all,
It was designed to do it correctly, to keep us out of
Yep.
issues. Okay, thanks.
yep, all of the maps, I believe, would withstand judicial scrutiny, every one.
Very good. Okay, so getting back to my original desire, why don't we just go through the board? You identify your preference, list any modifications you would like to be considered, and we'll see where that takes us. Does that sound like a good thing to do? Director Sani, we will start with you.
Thank you. I couldn't raise my hand. Scott, could I get a clarification on keeping Seaside together? Because as we have the jog there, Seaside isn't really together with, quite a bit of Seaside is in Area 2. Correct?
Yes.
And go ahead.
Yeah, and the reason why is that is because of the population. You can, again, the number one characteristic is you have to have a population that has no more than a 10% deviation among all of the districts, from the largest to the smallest.
Correct. And I appreciate that, Seaside in general is one of the denser in the county. Is there, one of the problems, and I think I articulated this at the beginning, and maybe I can do a better job of it this time. Is there a reason we haven't gone, and I hear what you're saying, you don't want to split Seaside, but Seaside's already being split. Where we don't handle this differently, and I'm sorry, I can't point or look at things, but essentially, one of the things I have a concern with is that all 5 of the maps are pretty similar in relation. And this is even, I was referring to Mr. Foster's comment about 5 being such a big horseshoe. And is there a reason we couldn't at least look at maps where 1, 2, and part of 5 would just be divided differently?
If you would like to see a draft, I can certainly, again, if it's pleasure of the board, I can certainly, come back with a draft map. The reason why these are largely similar to what you had is because that was the direction that the demographer was given, was because of the population that needed to change, there were very few districts that needed to adjust. And so they just sort of took the map that we had before and made minimal changes to it. You can start from scratch and do something like that. It's not preferred from a legal standpoint. And the reason why is you would have individuals who may have voted for someone this time around and be in one district. And if all of the voters end up being in a different district, you really aren't serving the voters very well. It really causes some voter confusion. Doesn't mean you can't do that. If you've got a legal and a justifiable reason to do that, you can.
I appreciate that. And I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm just really looking because Seaside is pretty split up. It would just be nice, at least informationally, to understand. And I hear the concerns about packing and making sure, but part of the population overall between 1 and 2, from all of the maps I see, most of the demographics that we're trying to keep together are strongest in 1 and 2 to a large extent, at least from my cursory looking at things. So that's just my comment. I don't know that I have a favorite or one that I would pick overall. I did not care for orange overall, as I said. And I guess I'll see where other board members are at.
By the way, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Keep going, Director Sani. I didn't mean to cut you off.
For me, it would be good to just see if we did change, because again, we're looking at splitting Seaside either way. Just what would happen if we did it in another way, or with a different, with a different parameter under the circumstances.
Yeah, one of the things, the other constraint that you don't see on the maps, and frankly, I don't get to see until you start adding, moving lines, and we don't just get to draw lines on whatever street we want to draw them on. You have to do this census block by census block and voting precinct by precinct. That's the word I was looking for, precinct. You can't split a precinct.
Mm-hmm.
And it's incredibly difficult to do that now. So there are some natural roadblocks in the way. And sometimes when you take some of these and you say, we're going to put, this, when you have to move the whole precinct and census block by census block, it does get a little bit unruly sometimes, because sometimes you only want to move a little bit, but if you want to move that, you have to move a lot. And then it's like, okay, now where do I make up those numbers from somewhere else?
Attorney Huber, I wanted to just mention, I did think about the school district too, because I think you mentioned trying to keep that the same. And obviously 4, 5, and 3, there's a little bit, you've got MPUSD, you've got PG, and then you've got Carmel, but 1 and 2 should all be MPUSD for the most part, from my perspective. I guess we've got Salinas Union High, way to the far right of the blue spot and number 2 as well. Okay. Or number 5, depends on what map you're looking at.
Right. That eastern portion.
So Director Sani, you do not have a preference on a map?
No, not at this point. And
Well, sort of. You said you didn't care for orange.
correct,
Okay.
but we've got 4 in front of us and I don't have an overall preference. And I'd be interested to see if we diced it differently, what would happen, knowing that that area is being diced. Separated. Thank you.
Director Sabo.
I'm almost going to have to abstain here because I didn't spend enough time looking at all the data and on each one of these maps to come to a clear decision. Scott, when you worked with our demographer or chart maker, did you identify the location of all the existing directors within each one of these maps?
Yes.
In other words, I guess, let me ask a different way. on which maps will the existing directors be displaced from their current district?
Yeah, I did that with TAN. And by the way, I need to make a correction on here. There's a map that's on the web, on the NDC research website. That there's has that link been published yet on our website? Okay, never mind. Good. Okay. The reason why there was a map that got published and it was partially done, and it's like that wasn't right. And if you look at it, it splits several neighborhoods in half and several communities of interest. And so I don't want people to think, oh, that's a wonderful one. It's not great. But anyway, so let me go look at the others real quick, and I can tell you the orange map has minimal changes. Directors Curcio and on orange, Curcio and Sabo would be in 5. Director Sani would remain in 1. Leffel would remain in 3. And
Miller would be in 3 also.
Miller would be in 3, I believe. That is, this is orange.
That's in orange?
In orange. Yep.
Okay.
On green. Green would be the same as orange from a resident standpoint.
Yeah.
And purple. Sabo and Curcio would remain in 5. Sani would remain in 1.
Sabo and Curcio are not in 5 now.
No, purple, they're each in 2 and 5.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, that's correct. I'm sorry. Let me correct.
Say it again.
Sabo's in 5, Curcio's in 2.
That's on which one? Which color?
Purple.
On purple. And orange, I believe. Hang on.
And green.
On, okay, yeah, that's correct. Okay, so purple. On purple. Sabo's in 5, Curcio's in 2, Sani's in 1, Leffel's in 3, and Miller would be in 3 as well. On green, it would be the same.
Same as what?
Same as purple.
Okay.
Orange would be the same as purple. Yeah.
So the displacement of existing directors would be in 5, I mean in 10 rather, and then there was one where Director Miller and Director Leffel would be in the same in 3.
So in orange, green, and purple, orange, green, and purple, Miller and Leffel, Miller's displaced in all of them. Miller and Leffel would be in the same.
Okay.
On tan, you would have Sabo and Curcio in the same district.
And
Number 2.
everybody else in their own.
Everybody else would be in their own. You would shift from 5 to 2, but you'd still be in your own. Oh no, you both of you would be in the same one in number 2.
Okay. All right. I wish we'd have had that information for, looking at a little bit more. All of the colors seem to meet the basic criteria here, and they're all legal, and so I really can't offer up a preference at this time. So my preference kind of would be that all of the directors that are here can remain in their current district, and that obviously is not possible the way the different colors have been proposed to us.
While this is not really one of the, while it is.
It was not a criteria.
Yeah, while it was not a criteria, actually TAN would make it so that if Director Curcio is intending to move, that actually would do that. It would leave everybody in, depending on where he moves, but well, that's true, depending on where he moves.
But he is at large.
He's a large, so he can move anywhere, but. Yep. By the way, and when Director, Mr. Chair, when Director comment is over, I did notice because we still have the public hearing open, you do have a hand that's up.
Okay, and I did want to comment on that, and Director Sani had her hand up earlier, and
Oh, I didn't notice that. I'm sorry.
I think she said she did, but I don't notice those either. So if her hand raises, if you could just let me know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll keep tabs on hand raising, but I did notice.
It's really hard to see when you're
Yeah.
looking at the same.
At an angle, yeah.
Yep.
But we've already had public comment, but we would reopen it for public comment at
Well,
the end because this is a hearing.
You haven't closed the public hearing yet. And when you close the public hearing, then you limit conversation among staff and the board. And it's still open. So just to be totally, kosher,
I have no problem.
I think it's appropriate to.
Yeah. Yep. Well, let's finish director comments like you said. No preference, Bill?
No problem.
Okay. Director Curcio.
Yeah, as I stated earlier, my preference is the TAN map. And I have a high comfort level in the advice we've been given by council that we are within the parameters of keeping ourselves out of trouble. So I lean toward the TAN.
Okay. Director Leffel.
I think I've already spoken, and I will say again, I have no problem if we extend the line out through the National Monument in the area there that's on the blue, because to me, there are no people. It's not going to change any of our numbers or any of the demographers' census tract data or precinct data or any of that. And I'm comfortable with that map. It allows Director Miller to sleep in his new house and still have a seat. And so, I'm good with
So
that.
TAN?
10 seems to make the most sense to me.
With the modification of straightening the,
If we can, if that makes everybody happy to have a visual line out through there and it doesn't impact anything, I don't know why we wouldn't do it.
Doesn't change the
To me, I've looked at everything. It doesn't change anything. And I did do the math. It looks like if we took 29% and 59.6, which this addresses, I think, Director Sani with the total Hispanic population, you only get to 89. So if you split that, you got 45% in two districts, which does not give them an opportunity to have a majority to have a strong voice. So, and I'm not saying that someone of color cannot run against someone who isn't and win. I'm just, if what we're looking at is pure demographics here, then to me that does divide it, and the numbers are pretty clear when you just take the two numbers and add them together and divide them by 2. So I think it says so far we've done the right thing, which we did when we went into districts before, because we looked solidly at that District 1 when we did this before Director Sani came on the board and when we went into districts. So she wasn't able to participate in that because she wasn't a board member yet. But I think that was something we looked at then. So, you know, we're trying to do the right thing for the community.
Okay, thank you. Well, from my own self-interest, TAN is the best for me because it puts me in a district where I'm not having to run against a fellow board member. And it is pretty close to what we already have now. And I think that is one goal that we should try to keep. It's not going to be perfect, but to try to keep them as close as possible. I understand what Director Sani is saying, but the dilemma I see, District 1 is the biggest, so it cannot encompass any more. District 5 is the smallest as
In
far as
population.
population. Yes, I meant District 1 has the biggest population, so we can't add any more population to it. District 5 has the smallest population, so we can't take any away from that. And if you start moving these boundaries, you're really going to have to carve up probably 2 and 3 to make up for any loss in District 5. And I don't know, it just seems like that would be a huge departure from where we are. Yeah, so for myself, TAN, I have no problem with moving the boundaries to include any eastward expansion of District 1 should population increase. But keeping in mind, if that were to happen, I don't necessarily see it happening in that blue area. I think it'd be more in the area that's already sort of vacant.
It's the, yeah. It's
Yeah,
the pink.
that's where the pink area, that's where you're going to see some population growth. But in 10 years, we're going to be faced with the problem. It's going to be too big and we're going to have to carve it up at that time just because of population. But, you know, I don't think it makes a difference. So if it was the desire of the board to just square that off, I'd be fine with it. So looks like you've got 3 TANs, maybe modify them a little bit. You have your hand up. Oh,
You've got a hand up.
okay. Let's open this. We will reopen to public comment because we are still in the public hearing phase. And help me out because I cannot read that far. What, Gene Rash, do you have a comment, public comment?
Yes, I just unmuted myself. Thank you. I would like to see the communities of Pacific Grove more maintained and Monterey as communities of interest. And there has been little discussion on that. I think that's important that that demographic boundary, that political boundary be discussed and an important communities of interest to remain intact. And it seems TAN divides them even more than they already are. And when you look at the maps, it would seem easy to, such as in green, keep them as intact as possible. I get it that with purple, you traded off the tip of PG in order to get Aguajita Oaks, Fish Flats. You gave that over to District 2. So that was a trade-off, and it looks like that trade-off is inevitable, one direction or the other. But I would encourage you to look at keeping Monterey as intact as possible and PG as intact as possible, and that TAN goes in the opposite direction. I understand Director Sani's interest in a larger visual size. I agree with the many comments that it's based on numbers, so it doesn't really matter. But I get the perception and the potential growth, and then you worry about it 10 years later. One, the demographer isn't here. We just did this in Monterey, the city of Monterey, and had just as much fun as you're having. And there were, I think I understood that the demographers never took into consideration where the current commissioners, directors lived. The demographer's not here. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I would caution against too much analysis of where commissioners, directors are right now. It's a little bit too self-serving. It's of complete human interest and totally understandable, and not even totally self-serving because everyone retains their own seat. But for the future, it's a self-serving discussion that is a little uncomfortable. And the last thing I wanted to say was just a point of order, and correct me if I'm wrong. The TAN chart was not in the agenda. So I'm just wondering, has there been enough legal notice? So this is the first time I was hearing on it, is when it went up on the screen and people started discussing TAN. So I would be interested in council's opinion on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gene. I'll address actually a couple of things that you had mentioned. And the purpose of TAN was because, for the very reasons that she mentioned, to try to keep some communities of interest together. If you look at the dashed lines, the dashed lines are the current election boundaries. And if you look on the what I will call sort of the northeast side of boundary number 4, it's pushed in to capture more of Pacific Grove. And you see on the east side of boundary 4, a little bit more southerly, the green portion, or New Monterey, comes into what is currently area number 4, to try and keep those communities of interest together. That was actually the exact reason why we did that and why this map was created, was an effort to keep those communities of interest together. I will tell you candidly, the demographer and I spent a good deal of time trying to keep all of PG together, and it just couldn't be done numbers wise. From the census blocks that we were working from, it just couldn't be done. Sometimes you just mathematically, it doesn't work out that way, but we pushed that boundary as far as we could over to keep Pacific Grove together, and then took the boundary, what was on the west side of boundary 3, New Monterey, we pushed that as far over as we could to keep that community of interest together. The sheer nature of maps, you have to draw lines somewhere. That's just it. And sometimes, you do the best you can and you try and keep the maximum amount of communities of interest together. I will also say next, these maps were drawn without any regard for where directors lived. The demographer didn't consider that when he drew the maps. It was only when we had the maps that we said, now where do they live? And Director Sabo, I had the same problem as you. When I expanded the PDFs, it's like, okay, where's this road? Because you're trying to look at, an address on Google Maps and say, where does that match up on this map? But that was rule number 1, was just draw the maps. And then we'll figure out after the fact where people live and what the issue is. Now, it is necessary to analyze where you live for what will come next, which is the sequencing of elections. We have to know where you live, and we have to analyze where you live to determine the sequencing of districts. We'll get to that in a minute. But I will say unequivocally, these maps were drawn without regard for the addresses of directors. Unequivocally. There's something else. Oh, the legal question that was asked about sufficiency. We are fully compliant with the Brown Act. While I think this is something the legislature needs to update, it is just a holdover from olden times before the internet. For legal sufficiency, you only have to give notice of the item you intend to discuss at a meeting. You don't legally have to have any backup information in your agenda. Now, it is standard practice, every agency does. It's a good idea to do that, but it's not legally required. Having said that, you also today are not, this is not your final decision on any map. This is the next step. There will be opportunity for future consideration with this map published, pointing people to the airport website, to the demographer's website, and for the public to be able to come at the next 2 meetings to talk about this item. In fact, today, you're not even adopting the ordinance to implement the map. You're sort of just narrowing it down to say, here's the direction we're going. So from a legal standpoint, it does suffice. The fact that this was put up today is not an issue. We will publish it more. It will get more scrutiny. It will get more public attention. You have 2 more public meetings where this will be discussed. But from a legal sufficiency standpoint, you are covered. And again, I will say, were that not the case, I wouldn't have given you this map today or yesterday, whenever it was. Yeah, I wouldn't put a map in front of you that didn't pass legal scrutiny, and I wouldn't put one in front of you that violated the Brown Act either. But it is a great question. I appreciate the question. If I'm hearing the board correctly, what you'd like is to narrow it down to the TAN map. You'd like, number 1, you'd like me to take the boundary, the eastern boundary of Area 1 and flatten that out so it goes straight out from the southern point through the National Monument towards Seaside. If that's the direction, I will do that. The other direction that I heard is we will come back with some draft maps if it's the direction of the board that carve up Seaside differently. If you'd like me to do that, we can do that. It will probably be a wipe the map clean and start from scratch. But if the direction is to do that, I will do that as well. Because again, it's messy. It's your process. And as I sometimes say, it's your barbecue. I'm just the cook.
Well, I mean, we went through a lot of effort initially to create District 1, and that was the main reason for the whole districting. So carving it up, I think it's going to be problematic.
I would agree.
Okay, I'll come over. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
So before I close out the public hearing, I will give anybody a opportunity to have a second bite at the apple if you wanted to say anything. Howard, Mike? Okay.
Are there more hands up?
Okay. Okay. That is, we're closing public hearing at that time. No action taken, and this is a work in progress. So we look forward to the next stage of this. Thank you. Regular agenda. Redrawing board member electric district boundary. Boy, deja vu. I thought we just did that.
You can, if you choose, skip that one since the demographer's not taking the presentation.
Okay. Okay, very good. Then we will pass, I'm sure we'll have the demographer here for our next meeting.
Yes.
And to make that work.
Carl, could we take 5?
Yes, we will take, we will come back at 10:10. We're in recess, excuse me, at 11:10. We're in recess at 10:57. Thank you.
You got confused because there's no.
District. Welcome back. The time is 11:16 and all board members are present. Our next item up is the lease assignment to Sky Park Self-Storage. Mr. Lapierre, are you going to be helping us out with that one?
I certainly will, Mr. Chairman. The current owners of Sky Park Self-Storage, Tioga Land Company, have sold the improvements that they're entitled to do under the terms of the lease to Maxi Sky Park LLC. In order for that transaction to be completed, certain steps by the airport district need to occur. The first is the assignment of the lease itself from Tioga Land Company to Maxi Sky Park LLC. The lease allows for, treats the sale of the improvement as an assignment. What it does is, so the transaction can go through pending the board's approval of the assignment. It also gives us the opportunity to adjust the lease rate to market rates upon assignment. So before we get into that, let me just tell you the term of the lease began in 1998. It was for initial 40 years, which would take us to 2038. And there is one 15-year extension that would take the lease to 2053. As we looked at this, given the opportunity to adjust to market rate, we took into account that the previous board in 2015 declined to apply CPI adjustments to leases.
Sorry, declined to do that.
Yes, the board directed staff to not adjust CPI in leases at that time. For us to adjust this one to market rate, we then chose to go back in time, 2015, and adjust based on CPI. I'm sorry. Is that on now? Is that better? Okay. So adjusting to CPI from 2015 forward to 2021, the annual rent would go from $80,400, which is what we've been collecting from Tioga Land Company, to $96,493. We would then propose, and we will propose this at a future board meeting, to reverse the decision of the 2015 board and authorize staff to begin implementation of CPI adjustments on all future leases, on all leases. That's for another day. For this one, that's how we chose to adjust to market rate. We think that that's fair. It is an existing lease. It is an assignment of an existing lease. So we're comfortable recommending that the market rate adjustment as proposed in the lease and in the staff report be acceptable to the board. Maxi Sky Park LLC is a new entity, but it's owned and operated by someone that you're very familiar with. Maxi Sky Park LLC, or Maxi LLC, I'm sorry, is a current tenant of the airport on the north side for self-storage. They are in good standing. They are a good tenant. They're good to work with. They take care of their properties. They are always current. We have never had, in my recollection, any concerns about past due balance. We did, however, do some due diligence based on pro forma information that was provided. And what we were able to determine was, based on the transaction data that was provided, we were able to determine that that the loan to purchase was 70%. That's a good ratio for the airport district. That means there's good equity in the investment on the part of Maxi Sky Park LLC. We also looked at the pro formas, as I said, and it looks based on pro formas that after debt service, the business should generate between $269,000 and $400,000 a year during the first 4 years of its existence. That's after debt service, after expenses, that is net. Given the fact that we have a good relationship, good standing relationship with Maxi LLC, then this is the same enterprise, just a different LLC. It's our recommendation that you move forward with the assignment of the lease and authorize the approval of all related documents. And I'll let legal counsel briefly go through those documents so you're sure you know what you're assigning.
Okay. One quick question with Mr. Huber bringing that up. This is just a flat amount. We do not get a percentage of their income, or do
That
we?
is correct. We do not get a percentage on this one.
Okay.
Yeah. We have, as Scott's pulling it up, we have a consent to assign and a mortgage, the consent to assign and mortgage of leasehold interest.
And
So
those,
that gives them the opportunity to take out debt against the improvements.
and we would approve these all at one time,
Yes,
correct?
this is all part of what we're asking you to approve. You have a ground lease estoppel certificate, which that's a legal term. I'll let legal counsel define that.
Yeah, sorry about that while I was pulling this up. The documents you have before you are essentially, number one, a consent to the assignment to the new owner. Number two, it's joined with a mortgage of leasehold, a consent to the mortgage of leasehold interest. So recall, you have a ground lease, you own the ground, the tenant owns the vertical buildings, the improvements. With this purchase, the new owner is going to take on a mortgage to buy it. As Mr. Lapierre mentioned, there is significant cash flow, and there's also significant equity in the property based on a down payment from the proposed owners. So the bank requires to borrow against the vertical portion with a ground lease. The bank requires your consent to that. So that is the first document, is a consent to the assignment and consent to the mortgage of the leasehold interest. The amended memorandum of ground lease essentially modifies the ground lease to update the rent and to add in a few terms that we've requested. The ground lease estoppel certificate is essentially it memorializes what we're doing, and it also let me turn to it really quick so I can accurately represent it to you. But the ground lease certificate also estoppel would make it so that in the event that there is a default, the bank will come in, they will cure the default with the airport, and then of course they will move forward in either selling it to someone else, and you agree that they're going to sell it to someone else. The mortgage company is not going to want to be running a storage unit for you or on behalf of the owner. And then the last document is the second amendment to land lease. I'm sorry, let's go back up one document. The amended memorandum of ground lease will be recorded with the county so that anybody that wants to go find out information on this property, it gives notice to ostensibly the world that there is a ground lease on that property. So it gives notice to anybody who goes to look up title on that property. And then the The last document, the second amendment to the land lease agreement, the last document is the second amendment. That changes the rent. It also incorporates all of the grant assurances that the airport is responsible for. Because you get federal grants from the FAA, you make promises to them in how you're going to run the airport, that you'll comply with federal laws, that you won't discriminate in leasing or in utilization of the airport. We, of course, incorporate those terms as part of the lease on any tenant, that they also can't discriminate by extension. So happy to answer any questions on some of these legal documents if you have it.
Okay, we will start at this end of the table now. Director Leffel.
We reviewed this in finance and felt comfortable with it. I did have one question. Did Mr. Bergholz do all the financial look at their loans, at the finances that were provided? Because the board hasn't seen them. And we have seen them on other transactions like this where we.
That was a combination of Tim and myself.
Okay.
But yes.
Okay, so on record, you and Mr. Bergholz are the people who did the financial
Correct.
analysis
Mhm.
to show that this gentleman and his company have the
That's correct.
ability to
Mhm.
purchase.
Yep.
So that was my only question. I wanted to make sure that I understood who did what. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Curcio.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Director Sani and myself reviewed this at the lease committee in great detail, got some good questions and answered and asked. And we, as the lease committee, feel comfortable in recommending that the board accept the staff recommendation on this.
Thank you. Director Sani, anything to add?
No, I agree. We did a thorough review of it and had lots of questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Sabo.
Yeah, along with Director Leffel, I reviewed this on the finance committee. I did have one question I didn't ask then. In terms of documentation, are we in possession of a commitment letter from the bank? And the second question is just to clarify, this is a separate transaction from the property that's owned by the same person or same entity on the north side. This is a standalone entity, LLC. And do we have the commitment letter in our possession from the bank that says they're loaning at 70, a 70% level here?
Answer your second question first. It is a separate entity from, but the partners involved in Maxi Sky Park LLC are the same partners that are involved in Maxi LLC. So same faces, different entity. Answer your first question. We have the terms of the lease as provided by the bank. We know the bank has committed to the loan.
How do we know that?
We were given that information by the bank.
I'll go one step further. We don't have the commitment letter. I have not personally seen the commitment letter. Some of these documents came from the bank.
Some of what documents?
The consent to assignment and mortgage of leasehold interest came from the bank. The ground lease estoppel certificate came from the bank. So
We have the term.
I don't
sheet
think the
from
bank would be issuing documents if they would. if they
Okay, well,
didn't.
I was interested in the
Yeah,
terms,
sure.
the
Yeah.
extent to which a commitment letter says we're going to lend this much money.
Yeah, we have-
And that's their indication. They're going forward with it and with the thing. What I didn't want to see and didn't ask at the finance committee meeting, are these guys pulling out all their own cash and doing 50% or, are they doing 10%, without a commitment letter? We don't know. We're just taking the representations
No, we know
that,
we know the sale price and we know the loan. Sale price is $10.2 million.
And the bank said,
loan is $7.
we're loaning this much money.
Correct.
Okay, and we've got that
We
documented.
did.
Okay.
I will also tell you, it is the same bank that the owner used on the north side. On the north side refinance.
When we refinanced. a couple
Yeah,
of those.
I'm not, there's no question about the reputation of the people or the reliability of their statements. It's a matter of, do we have in our possession the documentation in case the deal didn't get closed the way we thought? Do we have anything to say? You told us, and here's the evidence that you were going to borrow this much money and it wasn't coming out of personal funds or, something
The
else.
answer to your question is yes.
All right, we got that. All right. Yeah, as part of the finance committee, we recommend this transaction.
Very good. I apologize. I didn't open this up to public comment before we started with staff board comment. Any member of the public wishes to comment on this issue? Okay. Just a couple quick questions. Well, one comment, you said that after the bank loan, there'll be 30% equity.
Correct.
So that's pretty good.
That's so.
I think we're protected there. Any discussion on that little sliver of land that would allow for some expansion? Are they interested in that or?
There has been some discussion about that. They are aware that that's not under the control of their new enterprise, but there has been discussion about their interest in perhaps taking on that additional property at some point.
How are we handling the well? And I believe the well is on our land, right?
The well is on our land, but it was drilled by Tioga Land Company. And they use that to provide water to the self-storage facility, basically restaurant and or restrooms, any irrigation that they might do. That is part of the lease. If we wanted to take over parcel A or release that to someone else, we have the right to take that well and provide them with water, either provide Tioga Land Company, now Maxi Sky Park, with water to replace. So we either continue to use the well and provide them with water, or purchase the well and provide them with alternate water source.
Right now, all expenses connected to that well is borne by
them.
Self-storage.
Yes, correct.
And one
That won't
final
change.
question. I was here, I don't believe you were. In 2015, why did we freeze rent? The only thing I can think of is we still had a downturned economy and maybe we were trying to,
Could well have been. Don't know. I wasn't here. There's no paper trail there.
yeah, and my
So-
memory is blank on that
I
too.
think
I
when we
don't-
talked about this at lease committees, suggesting that perhaps we bring something back to the full board to reverse that
Yeah,
decision.
I
We'll
would
do that
support
in a later meeting.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Did anybody look at the minutes or going back to that meeting where this was approved?
That's how we determined it.
No, there was nothing about.
Wasn't saying what we were thinking at the time.
No.
Okay, this is a motion. I'd entertain a motion to approve all the documents that our legal counsel has specified.
So moved.
Second,
Okay, first by Director Sabo, second by Director Leffel. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Adams?
Director Sani,
Yes.
Director Curcio,
Yes.
Director Leffel,
yes.
Director Sabo,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, item H4, board attendance at future conferences and
No,
events.
no,
Item
Three.
Oh, three. Oh, that lease sort of threw me. I'm sorry. Item H3, lease to Motion Productions Products
Incorporated.
for Afonso Motors.
Yeah.
And you will be helping us out with that, Mr. Lapierre?
I will. Forza Motors has agreed in principle to sell their business to Motion Products Incorporated. Forza is a Ferrari restoration business that's housed on the north side of the property. They currently have a month-to-month agreement on the ground, as well as buildings 113, 109, and 105 Aviation Lane. Forza, the proprietor of Forza will stay involved in the business, but he sold the business enterprise itself to Motion Products Incorporated. Motion Products is based in Neenah, Wisconsin. They have a good reputation in the auto restoration business. So it's a similar enterprise, larger and better capitalized. But they're buying Forza to get deeper into the Ferrari restoration business and take advantage of the reputation that the current operator has in terms of his work product. Motion Products would buy Forza Motors. There's no debt associated with the transaction, so it's an all-cash transaction. They did not feel comfortable identifying what that value was, and it really does not come into play in our discussions. They've requested, and we've crafted a 5-year lease with 1 5-year mutual option.
Sorry,
One 5-year mutual option.
Mutual, okay.
Yeah, 1 5-year initial term and 1 5-year option mutually exercised. We've looked at Motion Products financials, year 2019, 2020, 2021 through December. They are a profitable operation, generating gross revenues in 2021 through December of 3.8 million. Net income in 2020 of 947,000 and net income of 842,000 in 2019. We've communicated with their bank, Nicolette National Bank, and we've confirmed that from 2018 through 2020, they have an earnings before taxes, depreciation, and help me with the last day. Goodness. And what is the last day? Appreciation. Yes, thank you. Ranging from 1.9 million to 1.97 million annually for the period that we looked at. This lease affords the district the opportunity to adjust the rent to market value. To do so, we used Lostrom and Associates to determine what that market value would look like. And their proposal came, or their analysis suggests that the annual revenues that we currently collect of $59,220 annually should be adjusted to $100,862.40 annually. And I'll pause here for a second and tell you that the staff report and the lease documents that were provided to both committees were inaccurate, thanks to Director Sabo. He found a transposition of numbers, and we've made the adjustment there. So
Good job.
this reflects the numbers that were assigned by Lostrom Associates.
And I'm sorry, one more time, the rent is going from
$59,220 to $100,862.40
okay.
annually.
Well, he had a good deal.
He had a very good deal. And the market,
Still didn't pay.
the market adjustment, the market adjustment was favorable for us. The lease does include a security deposit of 2 months rent. Initially, I believe I told the committees that it was 3 months. We've negotiated to 2 at the request of of Motion Products. I'm not uncomfortable there. That's pretty common for what we do. I've provided a copy of the market analysis to the committees, and that is also attached in the staff report. The fiscal impact, there's an additional $41,542.20 that will, or 40 cents that will accrue to the airport district annually. And we will adjust this rent, this lease based on CPI annually.
That was going to be my question.
Yep.
Okay.
It would be my recommendation that the board act favorably upon the lease agreement with Motion Products Incorporated.
Very good. Any member of the public wishing to make comment on this? Okay, seeing none, we will start at this end of the table. Director Sabo.
Yeah, the Finance Committee reviewed this document, and after the fact, I identified that there were some errors in the calculations, but it seemed on its face, it seems like a good deal that we can recommend. I'm a little concerned though about the analysis of the acquiring party out here. There was, who did the financial analysis of the
That was me.
stability of the acquiring party?
That
Who
was
did
me.
that?
Yes.
You?
I did.
Okay. So in looking at, I don't know what you looked at, but we didn't have that available to the Finance Committee. The earnings in the past, I'm kind of interested in how much cash they have, to be able to meet their rent obligations here. I don't know how much free cash they had, how much cash they have right now. Were you able to see that? Because we don't know this entity like we
Correct.
knew in the other transaction. We know the entities out here. We don't know these Motion Product people.
Yeah, no, I took the earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and whatever that last A is, and it's driving me nuts that I can't
Yeah,
remember.
sure.
I took that as an indication of their profitability. The communications I had with their bank indicated that the bank considered them to be a good credit. And they're the ones, the bank is the ones that provided me with their financial information.
Okay, did they give you a balance sheet or anything like that?
No, there
Or
was
they
no
just some kind of forecast of earnings?
there was
Or I
no-
mean, their prior earnings. so-
Prior earnings.
Okay.
Correct. Amortization. Thank you. Thank you. Finally.
Yeah, I understand. That's not the normal way of looking at the standard of whether or not there's a viable tenant, but that's all we have to go on. I'm a little concerned though, given our history with this particular property, even though it's going to a new owner. The history has been having really delaying the payments and all that sort of thing. I'm a little uncomfortable with reducing the deposit down from 3 months to 2 months. And is this a deal breaker that they needed 2 months as opposed to 3 months? And if they have that much cash,
Yeah.
according to the bank, why is this a problem?
I'm going to be blunt and honest with you. In negotiations, there's always give and take. And when I went back to them with the corrected rent that you discovered,
Yeah.
they asked for something in return. And that something in return was one less month deposit. I didn't feel that was inappropriate simply because we typically ask for 2 months for most of our tenants anyway.
Well, I'm a little uncomfortable with it, even though I was on the finance committee, a little uncomfortable with it from this standpoint. This is not like the storage facilities out there where it's easily marketable. This is a specialty property out here. I don't know how easily it is to market with all those particular improvements out there. And I would feel much more comfortable having 3 months rent before we had to pull the trigger if they don't pay the rent, on the whole thing. And that's kind of my position. I think that this this deposit should be 3 months versus 2 months. So other than that, it seems on its face like a good deal for the airport. I just don't want to have the airport have to take it back and not being able to re-rent it because it's just a specialty product, or especially property. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Director Sonny?
Thank you. We reviewed this in lease too. I know that we've been emailed an updated version of the lease overall. I have just a couple questions on item 3, the term. I recall that it was that either they could terminate the agreement or we could terminate the agreement.
That is, you're correct, Director. That is associated with the extension. So the second 5 years, we've crafted language that would make it a mutual option. So we both have to agree to that second 5-year term.
Okay, and that reads in number 3 term. And I'm sorry, I'm multitasking with both, but I've got the updated one on my computer here. Tenant may request to extend the terms, but I don't see anything about to district of its desire to extend the agreement. Okay, all right. Yep, I appreciate that. I know we discussed that at the time. I appreciate having kind of the square footage assessment done. I think that's really helpful as we look at leases and ensuring we're getting market rate for property overall. We discussed that quite a bit in leases, just, that this is a unique opportunity and understand that they're a profitable business overall. We do not have a record with this company right now, correct? They're a new tenant.
Yeah, that is correct. They're a new tenant.
Okay, and what do we typically do for security deposits? Is there a standard that we have as a district?
We average 2 months. We have some that are 1 month. We have a couple that are 5 months. So.
Okay, just to Bill's question. I think those are all my comments with it. They appear to be a very successful organization, and hopefully their payments can be more timely than the past tenant. So. Oh, I did have one other thing. The hazardous materials, did that get confirmed and addressed at this location? I see it's part of the lease. It's item number 31.
Are you asking if we did an analysis of whether there's any No, we did not. The business will remain the same. We did not do that as part of this transaction.
So do we have legal responsibility or any concerns or any, are they assuming whatever has been done at that property?
Yeah, so the fact that they're buying Forza Motors, they're buying Forza Motors, right?
They are.
Yeah, that's what I thought. The fact that they're buying Forza Motors means they're assuming all of the liabilities of Forza Motors as they exist. They're taking the same property that Forza Motors had. If there's any ground contamination, they're going to own it, even if it pre-exists when they were there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Director Curcio.
No, I have no further questions. Director Sonny, as she said, the lease committee is recommending accepting staff recommendation.
Thank you. Director Leffel.
Yes, and in light of the reduction of 2 months to 3 months, I actually don't like it. I think this has been a troubled business. I agree with Director Sabo. Ever since I've been on the board, we've had a problem with Forza Motors.
Mhm.
And so because it's not a clean break and it's not a complete new operation, I'm not comfortable giving a 2-month deposit because I know how long legally it takes us to start noticing a tenant and to move them off the property. And it's not an easy process. these people are out of state, which makes it, in my mind, even a little messier. So I would like us not to deviate from 3 months.
Okay. If it's the pleasure of the board, I'll go back and tell them it's.
Well, that's just me. I'm
it's a lease.
just,
Well,
this is my
and I've heard
comment.
it from
I'm going to
two of you,
propose
but
an
that's-
amendment to the, at the time we get to the resolution.
And the other thing is the ground contamination is, it follows the usage. So, but we are the holder of the ground. So it would basically, we'll be the deep pocket people here, no matter what.
You want to address it?
Sure. If you would like to, we can conduct, ground sampling now if you would like, prior to them going in.
All I'm saying is, we can't just
Well, right.
dismiss it and say, well,
No.
it's the new guy's assuming it, because basically it's our dirt, our ground, our water under it.
Yeah.
And it's our issue. So, I mean, it's up to our staff to monitor what goes on all of our property and to try to eliminate any contamination
Correct.
on any of them. And we've had some issues with people and we've stopped their bad behavior. I don't know that I can never remember that we have had a complaint on Forza. I cannot remember that in my, if staff got it, it never came to the board
I
level.
can tell you that since I've been here, we have not.
Pardon?
Since I've been here, we have not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, it's not anything that has been like, oh my God, this property has been an issue with that. The problem with this property has been collecting the rent.
Correct.
And the man's technical skills did not evidently translate to financial. So anyway, I would accept 3 months, but I don't like to.
Okay. Well, thank you for the presentation. Yeah, I've been on the board 16 years now, and it has been a problem. I remember once we even pawned a Rolex watch that he brought in as collateral that he was going to pay us. He got the watch back when he finally paid us. But I have heard nothing but great things about this man's ability to work on Ferraris. He is one of the top people on the West Coast. But where God gives you certain skills, he takes away others. And one is, like Director Leffel said, this is financial end. So I think this sounds like the perfect marriage. He's going to continue to be the technical drive there. And you've got somebody that looks like they can run a business coming in there and be profitable. So
Right.
I think that's, I think this is perfect. We're getting more money. Our rent is increasing by 60%. I'm not inclined to follow our normal practice with this company and go for 2 months, but I don't care either way on it. If it's a deal breaker, I would say go for the 2 months. If it's not a deal breaker, 3 months would be nice.
Okay.
But we will find out when I get a motion and see what the wording is. So I will entertain a motion at this time. Bill, I think you were going to do that.
I move, I'm not exactly sure how to do this, Scott, so kind of help me with it. I move that the lease be adopted with the amendment that the security deposit be extended to 3 months as opposed to 2 months. And that's it. Now, did I do that right? Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, let's call for discussion. I'm requesting that from one of my board members.
Did you open it up for public comment?
I already did. He didn't want to have any comment on it. He shook his head no. You changed your mind? You want to talk?
I just have a simple comment.
Okay, go ahead. We're kind of informal at this point of the day.
Thank you very much. Mike Dawson. I think that the new tenant would appreciate having a ground survey done, because that way he'll know it wasn't him that did it. If there's a spill, if there's a difficulty, a year down the road. he could probably point his finger at the other guy, but that'd be too darn late. So if you want to do a survey, now is the time to do it. And I think this would be a plus for the new leaseholder, because he would not be on the wrong end of a spill. Yes, if in fact the guy before did the spill. It was just a, simple thing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, comment?
Yes, go ahead.
So I have no problem with Director Sable's motion at all, but I do have a concern of losing this deal. So if I would ask if Director Sabo would amend his motion to allow the executive director to salvage this thing if it starts to go south when he meets with this proposed tenant.
All eyes are on me.
Yeah, well.
No, I choose not to modify it. I think there's always the opportunity, if the deal is going to go south, to pull the board again in a special meeting or whatever is appropriate for on the timeline. But I think the security deposit is a monetary thing. It's a financial thing. And if in fact 1 month security deposit is going to sink the deal, then that causes me to suspect the whole deal. So, no, I choose not to modify my amendment to the existing lease.
Well, without a modification, I won't be able to support the motion.
Okay, well, we have a first and a second. You did second that, right? If I remember, okay, thank you. My memory's still with me. Ms. Adams, can you roll call the board, please?
Did Director Sony get the way?
Director Sani,
Yes.
Director Curcio,
No.
Director Leffel,
Yes.
and Director Sabo,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Well, I'm going to vote yes. Hopefully it goes smooth. If it doesn't, please get back in touch with us right away. I would hate to see, like Director Curcio, this thing fall apart. Because I think it's a win-win for the board. But done deal. Okay, now item number 8.4, board attendance at future conferences and events. Mr. Lapierre, can you help us out here?
Sure. As was requested, we've prepared and provided an inventory of upcoming conferences for the board to consider. Some conferences have already been attended by board members. We budgeted 2 off-site conferences for each board member and the SWAI conference, which is now concluded. What we normally see here, or what the practice is that board attendance at conferences requires board approval. So that's why we provided the information. If you'd like to identify remaining conferences that you'd like to go to, or conferences that if you haven't gone to a conference yet, and there are some that you would like to go to, if you want to identify those, and if the board approves, then you're good to go. So,
In the past, we have just polled each individual board member. They indicate what conference they want to go to. And
that's, yep, that's it exactly.
You sort of keep
Yep.
track of that, and then we approve in one motion.
Correct, and that's what we're attempting to do here. Is some board members have already attended a conference, so we've indicated that in what we've provided you.
Yep.
We're requesting that you identify, if you're prepared, identify other conferences that you would like to attend, and then the process would be just as you articulated.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we are talking about, well, any conference, I guess, but primarily the SWAHI is already over.
SWAI is done, I believe. A couple members
We went to
attended
Reno.
the
Carl and
AAA
I went to
conference
Reno.
in Reno. And We had record that Director Curcio attended a conference in Las Vegas, but I don't recall that that was,
No, he did, but what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
there you go. Okay. So that was on there as well, but I had a question in my.
That was when you lost us at the airport by ourselves.
Yeah,
We weren't
I-
Supposed to be there.
I'm
That's-
sorry.
Sorry, doesn't matter. It's over.
There.
What conference was that, Gary?
That was the AAAE annual conference.
Oh,
We went to the ACI annual conference.
He completely enjoyed paying $25 a drink at the bars.
Okay, Director Sabo, any conference you would be
No.
interested in?
I have no additional, other than what I've attended already.
Director Swani.
Yes, I had emailed everyone this morning too. I'm hopeful that my attendance at Leadership Monterey County can be one of my conferences. It's, a program in the local business and community. And I believe there are about 40 people that are in that program. And I was just nominated, or I was just approved to be in the program for the year. I believe it's something that Director Morello has done in the past at the airport too. And I would request this board to consider it. I did send out a link this morning right before the meeting. I realize, looks like not many of you are on.
Director Sani,
Yes,
you're touching papers and that's right in your microphone. So we're hearing a lot of paper shuffling occurring.
my apologies for that. Would you like me to repeat?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I had a hard time hearing everything you said.
Sure.
And I apologize, I hadn't looked at my emails from the airport today.
Sure. I would propose as one of the items for myself is that I attend Leadership Monterey County. And it's a business and community. They meet monthly on a Friday to build leaders within in the county. And it's done by the Business Council. And we go to different areas and different regions of the community or the county. So that was one of my training. And then the other one was I was interested in the CSDA, but it happens to fall on the date of our board meeting. So I'm not sure that will make sense, the special legislative J's in Sacramento. And I know that it reflected, and this is why I brought this up in January, that I was going to go to Fort Worth, Texas. I did not attend that with all that was going on with COVID at the time. And I thought I updated that in January, but I know it says I was approved. That was like back last year. So that's my proposal to the board. Any questions I can answer?
Well, I have one, I guess, for staff. Are we budgeted for, is there any problem with calling Leadership Monterey a conference?
When Chris Morello went a couple of years ago, we classified that as training. We have no budget line item for training for board members. It's board's pleasure. But we view that as training and we do not have a budget line item for that.
Okay.
How does the cost of this leadership thing compare to going to a conference in Las Vegas? You know?
I
Do
had
we have
not,
any- I don't
had
know.
not looked at that. Director Sani provided that link this morning and I've not looked at it during
It's
conference.
$2,000.
$2,000. So it'd be pretty similar, I would assume, depending on travel costs and things of that nature and just attendance costs of a conference.
And a portion of it would be in this fiscal year and a portion of it will be in
Yeah, it's
next fiscal
board
year.
pleasure. Typically, as I say, we do that. We've done that with 2 people on staff as training them to be leaders in the industry and the business world. Since board members are technically not employees of the airport district, it's your choice whether you want to take on that training. I can only tell you that we did not build that into the budget. So we'd have to treat it a different way. That's it.
But it's doable or?
It's board's pleasure.
Board's pleasure, okay. Okay. Thank you. Director Curcio.
I have no conferences on this list I care to attend.
Okay. Director Level.
Yes. I would, I looked at the agenda of the legislative conference and it looks pretty interesting. So depending on what we have going here in the next week or so, I probably would like to go to that. I have found it very useful
This is legislative days.
in Washington DC.
Oh, Washington, oh, the one in Washington DC.
ACI. And I'm attending special districts, but the district has no fiscal responsibility on that because I'm a guest of CSDA.
Right.
So but I will be there, but it has nothing.
Nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
And we assume.
You
that,
benefit from it, but you don't have to pay for it. You're welcome. And then the Seattle conference, I would like to have attending.
Okay, so Seattle and Washington DC.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Anybody else going to Washington DC out of curiosity?
Well,
Mr. Levine?
potentially, yes,
Okay.
potentially.
Okay. Yeah, for myself, I would like to attend the Seattle AAA conference, round out the year. And that's in June.
June 5 through 8.
June 5? 5th through 8th. It's okay. Getting back to what you said, so you will miss the board meeting if we don't reschedule the board meeting. Director Sani said that there was a conflict there.
For May, for legislative days? Yes,
Yeah, okay.
unless, I mean, I can zoom in if there's a portion that needs a vote.
Okay. Well, it'll be after our deadline with redistricting, so. Okay, very good. How do we want to handle this? It seems that the conference part of it are pretty straightforward, just.
So I would make I guess an argument for this in that I believe that we all do go for training when we go to these conferences. So it is a training piece. It's not a social go and have fun. We're setting 7, 8, 9 hours a day learning about our industry and about trends and about things that impact the airport. So, you know, it is training. I would just say that. So,
You said it's split over 2 budgets, so the way they collect their money, they don't collect it
it could be paid 50/50.
50/50, okay.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
full disclosure, I started leadership Monterey County, so I'm no longer on the board. I have nothing to do with it. Just saying it was, I'm the one that filed the name on it.
Okay.
Is there, let me ask a question that may be begging the obvious here, but how does this, Director Sani, how will this benefit the district in case somebody asks? Do you understand what my question is? Not pointed at you doing something inappropriate. I just want to know how it's going to benefit the district.
As I understand the program, it's really to help emerging leaders understand how the county works together in all the different parts and pieces. And I certainly would see, and even when I interviewed with them, I spoke to the airport and the viability that we provide to the area and to the county, as well as even the greater, area, as well as just our district. So I believe that that's part of it, is really creating those partnerships and understanding how we work as a region or as a county overall. And transportation is certainly part of that. It is one of the days. There's a day for government, and there's also a day for infrastructure. So every month they meet on a Friday, and they have just kind of a different area of focus, so to speak. And sometimes it's with companies or not companies, it's not a company focus, but like agricultural defense or education, and other times more like infrastructure or art and history or things of that nature. That answer your question,
Yeah,
Director?
thank you.
Okay, well, do we need a motion or we probably should have a motion.
Yeah, it would require a motion to approve attendance at all conferences, and if you choose to approve Leadership Monterey County, then that motion.
Include
should
that
be
in the
included in that
motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would make that motion and also include the Leadership Monterey as part of it.
Second,
First by Director Curcio, second by Director Leffo. Ms. Adams, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Director Sony,
Yes.
Director Curcio,
Yes.
Director Level,
yes.
Director Sabo,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes. Just to reaffirm, it is up to the board to make their individual travel arrangements.
That is correct.
Bill, complete a reimbursement request for any monies that we are out, save receipts. To re-emphasize, we do not pay $25 tabs at Barb's in Vegas. You're on your own for that one.
But $400 rental cars, Carl.
Yeah.
Apparently they-
That was a minibus to drive you all around, if I remember correctly. Okay. We are now moving on to item 5, approve a updated policy regarding the prevention of harassment and discrimination. This is updating our existing policy. I believe our attorney, Mr. Huber, is going to be helping us with that one.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an update to the harassment policy. This, of course, was expedited at the board's request. We will have more policies coming next month. In fact, I believe we'll have them all coming next month, but we're still on track for that. But this one was expedited at the board's request. It does it has been reviewed for legal sufficiency, and it does meet all of the requirements of the law related to prohibiting harassment in the workplace, including some of the most recent laws related to everything, including hairstyles. It does give some clear direction to employees as to where they can go if they feel that they are subject to harassment. It also includes, it codifies some training requirements. And in a moment, I'll give you some information on I can never remember the term. It's every other year. I believe it's the biannual. It's not semi-annual, it's biannual, right? The
Every 2
biannual
years.
harassment prevention training and ethics compliance training. Many of you are due for that. I think the 2 years would expire in April. So we can go ahead and we'll get that. We can talk about that in a moment. But this policy is essentially outlines if someone believes that they are the subject of harassment or discrimination in the workplace, how to go about filing a complaint, what the procedure would be for investigating the complaint, what happens when there's an outcome, what the result is, sort of outlines all of those things. Again, it was done by Dave Ritchie, one of our labor attorneys, and it does meet the law in its current state. With the legislature, I don't know how long it will be. Of course, meeting the law in its current state, they always find ways to tweak things from time to time. But this does meet the laws that currently exist.
Okay, thank you. Public comment, any member of the public, and we only have one member of the public left remotely wishing to comment on this? Please raise your hand if you wish to comment. Okay,
No comment.
closing public comment. Let's start at this end of the table. Director Leffel.
I thank you for listening to us and putting it as a priority. And I have not personally read the law to know that this is what the law is, but I appreciate
trust
it.
you.
So I'm in full support of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Curcio.
I am in full support, no questions.
Thank you. Director Sani.
I also appreciate getting this updated. I have a question. Do we have a revision date on this document, or I guess, let me start. My first question is, where does it reside? Is it in the,
So we have a set of policies that are, I mean, it resides on the intranet at the airport. Employees have access to the policies. I believe that I'm somewhat stumbling. I know that there used to be a copy in the HR office. There is a copy available for employees. There should be, and there is a copy available for employees here. And when they're onboarded, they are informed of these policies as well for new employees.
okay, thank you. And does it make sense to have, so this policy is being updated, correct? We've got a policy. So I'm thinking that a revision date makes sense to
It
show.
does. It certainly does. And once it is approved, we will add an approved date or a revised, actually it's not right, but revised is wholesale new. We'll put an approved date on it so it can be, I'll use the word time stamped so people know when it was done.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, because I think, yeah. So I appreciate this being addressed quickly like others, and in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Sabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not happy with this at all. I think the basics of the setting up a general policy is good. The complaint procedure, not good, in my opinion. And specifically, if we have an employee who believes that there's a violation of these harassment policies out here, they are to go to their own supervisor or any other supervisor. And that if that supervisor that's contacted about the violation doesn't choose to move it any further, that's the end of it, right there. And correct me, because I think you're more familiar with this than I am, Scott. But then if a supervisor doesn't feel comfortable, the supervisor may report this information to the airport's legal counsel. May, not required to, may. If they choose, if the supervisor is the one that was creating the situation, then they just end it right there. Now, I think that there needs to be some modification that says all of these complaints go to the district, our HR person or our district counsel. And I think that ought to be made very clear that the the legal counsel is also acting as an HR intermediary in this case. So I think that the whole path for somebody who is a complainant needs to be clarified and needs to be a little bit more direct, because the implications of this are very serious. And right now, it seems rather muddled. Going on to the contents of a complaint, we refer to the district will immediately undertake a fair and timely investigation. Who is that? What's the district? Is that the executive director, or is that the legal counsel? That's not good. That's not satisfactory to me to prevent us trying to kind of bury something that we don't want to see surfaced. The district will endeavor to protect the privacy and confidentiality of all parties. I guess, what does that mean when you endeavor to do something? We either do it or you don't, and unless compelled by some law or some law enforcement agency. And then finally, if the district determines that prohibited harassment has occurred in violation of this policy, remedial action will be done. Who is the district? Who's deciding this? Is it the executive director? Is it the legal counsel? Who is doing it? And I'm a little concerned about the vagueness of all these, the pathway for a complainant to get a resolution and satisfactory answers from an independent party. And also the whole process by which all of this is initiated through the supervisor to the executive director, and then maybe to the legal counsel. Under the supervisor and management responsibilities, we're reporting potential violations of this policy to be submitted to the Deputy Executive Director of Finance Administration. What role does that person have in HR matters? And this isn't pointing fingers. I'm just talking about the words that are here. I don't quite get what the role, Tim Burkholz, who is the current person in that position, what he has to do with these sexual harassment or any kind of harassment policies. So I'm very opposed to adopting this policy because of the wording and the pathways to resolving an issue for an employee. So that's my words.
Any rebuttal?
Sure. Actually, not a rebuttal, just an explanation. The reason why, there are reasons why it's explained, why some of these are explained as they are. Let me just start with the first one. Any supervisor who receives a complaint of unlawful harassment or who observes otherwise must notify the executive director immediately. So the reason why it says you're supposed to go to your supervisor is because that's the chain of command, right? But if you don't feel comfortable going to your supervisor, there are provisions in here that you can go straight to the executive director. But managers are required, not optional, they're required to bring that to the executive director when they receive a complaint of her, and I'll just use the generic term harassment, right? That paragraph, the first one that you read, Director Sabo.
Yeah.
Any supervisor who receives a complaint of unlawful harassment or who observes or otherwise learns about must notify the executive director immediately. In the event you don't feel comfortable, then you come to council. So what it says is, look, you've got pathways. If someone doesn't feel comfortable going to the executive director, they can call me. Consequently, if they don't feel comfortable calling me, they can, they've got others in my office they can call, but because remember, our firm represents the airport. While I'm sort of the face of it, technically your contract is with my firm. Anybody at my firm can get a complaint and say, hey, we're going to deal with this, right? And they'll raise the flag. That's the first one. The next one is, I believe you said, what was the second one you mentioned? The contents? Yes. The district will immediately undertake a fair, timely, and objective and thorough investigation of the harassment. The reason why it's not that clear as to what that means and why it says the district, because there are some complaints that can be handled by the executive director with just checking in with outside counsel, with us, with counsel. It can be handled internally. There are some complaints that are significant enough, you don't want them to be handled internally. You want them to be handled by outside counsel. But you don't want to box yourself in and say everything is going to outside counsel.
Why?
Well, because you're going to get, let me give you an example. Classic example. Someone feels mistreated at work. It's a hostile work environment because my coworker shouted at me. Well, that may be something that can be done. The executive director might be able to say, hey, listen, coworker, we're gonna get you some training. We're gonna give you a warning. You can't do that again. They'll check in with counsel. The investigation is really over. If the executive director goes to that person and says, hey, is this what happened? Yep, that's what happened. I did shout at that person. Some investigations are literally that short because there's no question as to what happened. So the only question is, how do you fix the behavior? How do you remediate the situation? You don't have to do a big investigation. So it depends on the totality of the circumstances. Then the next, anyway, that's why it's not specific as every complaint goes to outside counsel. Because otherwise, you're going to have an awful lot of legal bills for really items that can and should be dealt with internally. The other one is, it says the district will endeavor to protect the privacy and confidentiality of all parties involved to the extent possible. There are some times when you cannot protect the identity of a complaining party. You just can't sometimes. If it's possible to do it, and then we will. But sometimes you have to disclose, hey, look, I got a complaint from, I'll use your name, from Bill. I got a complaint from Bill about X. I have to investigate. Because sometimes if you begin an investigation, I received an anonymous complaint that I can't tell you who it's from. It sometimes prevents individuals from mounting a defense. So in some instances, you have to disclose it. But if we can keep confidentiality, we will. But I can't, because the range of issues is as diverse as the number of employees you have. I can't pinpoint every, I can't give a procedure for every type of offense that may occur in the workplace. So that's why it's a little bit, this is sort of like an overarching umbrella, right? As for supervisor,
It's that force majeure overriding umbrella. And yeah.
the last one under supervisor and management responsibilities. These are pretty clearly outlined in the law. You have a responsibility as a supervisor to take certain actions. You've got to model appropriate, you should model appropriate behavior. You are a mandatory reporter. If you see harassment in the workplace as a supervisor, you have an obligation to call it out. And so, I mean, I'm happy to dive in more specific as to what your concerns are under the supervisor management responsibilities, but.
Well, I was just referring to this, extracting out the name of the Deputy Executive Director of Finance and Administration. I don't know what that does, I don't know why that's in there.
Can I address that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The way we are structured, HR, regardless of whether we do that through a contract, which we have done in the past, or whether we do that internally, flows up through that position. So when Mira Park was handling HR services for us through RGS, she reported directly to Tim.
Okay.
Currently, Shelley Weiss is doing HR for the airport. She reports directly to Tim. That's the structure.
Okay, well, and I kind of got that, but then identified that there's nobody over there that really is, I thought Shelley had been relieved of that responsibility, but I
No,
guess
we're
she's still doing it. But
yeah, we are in the process.
but
of
there's
doing-
nowhere else in this policy that says it flows through that particular department. It goes from the supervisor directly to you. And then if you can't resolve it, other things happen.
And that goes to the complaints. They come directly to me from the.
Well, why don't the complaints go through this same tube with the HR?
Administration, administration versus responsibility.
Okay, well, and with all due respect, to Scott, I don't think that the answer that says we should be trying to avoid any kind of legal fees here by making sure that it doesn't go directly to legal counsel. This has gotten such a highlight in the last few years that I think there's particular consequences, legal and monetary consequences for the district, unless it's handled with skill and cunning. And I'm suggesting that our legal counsel or the designated HR person with certifications and all that is the appropriate place to get advised of every complaint. In addition to the supervisor advising you as the executive. I'm just pointing to you because you happen to be here, but I think there needs to be a dual reporting responsibility of not only the complainant, but the supervisors, where they pass this on and legal counsel or the HR certified representative gets notice that something happened out here and then follows up and says, whatever happened to baby Jane? Did you do anything about all this? They don't necessarily have to conduct the investigation, but we have not covered anything up. You know, if it stops because somebody didn't read that particular provision and didn't know that they had to report it up to change, or decided they were the accusing, the party that was in violation, I just won't pass that along. Then we as a district are at risk, in my opinion. So I think that complaint procedure needs to be definitely rewritten. I'm not sure about the supervisor and manager responsibilities, as long as it's clear that every supervisor and every manager has to report this in the chain of reporting a complaint in the complaint procedure. So anyhow, I would like to see, before I can support this, I would like to see it made easier for a complainant to make the complaint, and that it go through management in the proper way, and also to the outside party, whoever that may be, whether it be legal counsel or an HR certified person. So action does happen on the thing. So that's my comments.
Thank you. A couple quick questions. So I assume that you follow the template on this one for the information and follow not a dramatic departure from what we had before, correct?
It is largely a template that is utilized in many public agencies. It's adapted, of course, for each public agency, but yeah, largely we largely use a template.
We have identified internally the need for greater HR presence here. I don't believe we've decided how to proceed with that at this time, correct?
No, that is correct. I understand what the board's concerns are. I share those concerns, and we are looking for a new contractor to provide HR services.
When that contractor is in place, would that require a modification of, because I assume that when that contractor is in place, everything would sort of flow through them to get to you, correct?
That would be correct. Yeah, this reflects current status. We do not have a contractor on board yet.
So we will have to modify this when that contractor is in place to specify that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a way to do that now to mention? Or do we have to be specific if it's a contractor giving the location where they can contact them?
Yeah, I would suggest holding off until you know what you've got, and then we can pinpoint.
So this is only temporary to get us through, which I am assuming is pretty high priority to get something in place, and you're probably waiting to come back and actually talk to us about what our desires are. Am I mistaken on that? That's what our desires are as far as contracting for HR?
My intention is to, when I identify a contractor, to bring that contract back to the airport, back to the board. Yeah.
Sounds good. You know, it's temporary. So I hear your concerns, and we want to make these as clear as possible. So if there is a problem, people know this is a path they have to take. But it seems to have high priority, so I can support this moving forward. I do have a couple of questions about what was given us here. This is putting us on notice if we need. What does a line mean? Because I got a line here. Is that good as that?
That means that's good. That means you are not due in 2022.
It's every other year. So I somehow I got out of sequence. I know we had talked about this mandatory training, about doing something in-house and training the board as a whole with staff or.
That's the second component of what we want to talk about, but if you'd like to do,
Okay, if we're gonna talk about it later, we don't have to.
well, I was gonna say, it's sort of a sidecar from, from the policy. If you want to deal with the policy first, then we can talk about this in a moment.
Okay, let's deal with the policy. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Director Level, second by Director Curcio. Discussion? We'll start with Director
There
Singh.
we go. Oops, house time.
Oh, you mean-
There we go.
No, is there further discussion?
Is there further? No, I thought you wanted
Director
to-
Sani has her hand up.
Director Sani, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Is your microphone on, Chair?
No. Thank you.
That was the first reason I had my hand raised.
But
No
you could at
problem.
least hear
Oh.
my booming voice, right?
Yeah, I actually want to make comment as the only one being virtual. The new system is great. So hopefully I'll be able to see that in time and the public can too. To Director Sabo's concerned, this policy or, the updates seem to have much of what, I'm not an attorney, I'm not an HR attorney, but much of what would be legally required for things. And one of the things, and I had connected with Attorney Huber about this, I know our posters have been updated too. And there are ways for people to make anonymous phone calls in, is my understanding with those things. So those were things that were important to me as one director. And then one of the other things, Director Sabo, there is a way always, and this is on the 5th page of the policy, but there's always ways for people to identify things with the EEOC and the DFEH. Obviously, internally as a district, we'd rather see the complaints or concerns come to us and let us handle them. But there are other ways for people to have their items addressed to. But I'm grateful that there's anonymous ways, to reach out. And I think the phone numbers were updated there. So that was important to me. I think it would be kind of hard to rewrite a policy overall. And, but I also do hear the concerns. And I think that my understanding is that we are working on trying to fill that gap with the HR need in the district. So I am again in support of this and appreciate the discussion and appreciate you turning on your mic. Chair
Thank you.
Miller.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a first and second. Ms. Adams, can you
I have
help?
an amendment.
Oh, you do have an amendment. Okay.
Yeah, I want to amend the motion to require a rewrite of the complaint procedure to require that there be, in the event that there is a complaint by an employee, that it, in addition to what is written here, that all complaints then go to, on a dual path, go to the legal counsel.
Okay, well,
Is
you
that-
can't amend a motion, but we can ask the motionee to amend.
Well, I
Is
can
he doing
propose
that or
amendment.
making
You
a
can vote it.
substitute
Are
motion?
you making a substitute motion?
I don't know.
Well,
What is-
you
what is-
can't,
I can't amend the motion.
well, we have a motion, we have a first, we have a second. You can ask the person who made the motion to modify it, and it would be their choice, and then we'd have to open that up for a second. I don't know if you can, we have a motion on the table right now, so we have to vote on that.
Okay, I never have understood substitute motions. Can you help me with this?
So you can have up to 3 motions on the table at any one time.
Oh, great.
No, you can.
You can make a
And
substitute.
that's,
Okay.
and so as the chair mentioned, Director Sabo, if you want to ask what I will call for a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
And if there's concurrence on that, then the motion is amended technically by the motion maker, but they would have adopted your request. If not, you can make a substitute motion, and if it receives a second, then it would get a vote. But if
Well, the first one would get a vote, right? And then the second one.
No.
No.
technically the last motion made that is seconded is the first one to be voted upon.
And what if then we move to the second one? Or do we just forget the second one?
If the first one is approved, the second one, I'm sorry, if the second one that's voted on first, if that's approved, then the original motion would die because the first one was approved.
Okay.
Which one do I go for here? I
This-
guess.
This and mapping are two of my hobbies.
Sick man.
Procedural rules of order and.
Okay, I'll go with the substitute motion and hope I get a second. My substitute motion, I move that we adopt the policy as written, with the exception that all complaints must have a dual path requiring reporting to the supervisor and the executive director, as well as the district council. In other words, both things must happen on every complaint from an employee. That's my motion.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Bill, can you repeat that once more? You want to process?
What I'm proposing is that we adopt the procedure as written, with the exception that under the complaint procedure, any complaint from an employee not only go through the supervisor, executive director chain, but it also, any complaint from an employee would get reported to the district council.
I can second that.
Okay. We have a first and second of a substitute motion, which we will hear first. Ms. Adams, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Directors,
So, to be clear, the vote is on Director Sabo's. behalf.
Correct,
yes.
as you explained.
I just want everybody to be clear.
Director Sani,
Yes.
Director Curcio,
No.
Director Leffel,
No.
Director Sabo,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
No. Okay, we go now to our first and seconded motion. Does anybody want that? That was just a simple approve as written, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Director Sani,
Yes.
Director Curcio,
Yes.
Director Leffel,
Yes.
Director Sabo,
No.
Chair Miller.
Yes. Okay, passes 4-1. Thank you.
Before we go on the document
Yes,
that I-
let's finish that up.
So we have, and we have done it before in years past, I believe 4 years ago, this April, we did in this room in the first session in the morning was an ethics compliance training, complying with AB 1234. And then in the afternoon, we did harassment avoidance training, which complies with AB 1825. Here is your, if you have an X next to your names and you are due for each of those, I'm sorry, I'll use the microphone. Yeah. So if you have an X next to your name, you are due for the training effectively sometime this April or before. If you would like to schedule training live again, I'm happy to do that. We can, and you're welcome to do that with staff members, with leaders, you can do it with just supervisors and managers. You can do it with all employees. You have you can do it in shifts if you want all employees to get it, because obviously I doubt 100% of the employees could be in the same room at the same time, although I'm not an operations person, so I don't know that, but there are options available to you. If you would rather do something like If you would rather, rather do some online training, I can send you some links. The California Special Districts Association has some online training resources that complies. And then, when you're done with the training, it gives you a certificate if you would like. But all options are open to you. But sometime before the end of April is when I would suggest doing something.
Well, we might as well identify that now and then leave the logistics to you of how that gets put together. You could even split these up where you don't have to do all 4 hours in one day. You could do 2 and 2, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, whatever can easier for you.
Well, for me, it's not a problem. So what I might suggest is if we do 2 days, you have one in the morning or do 2 sessions in the morning. And then you split the staff and then a month later or 2 weeks later, you do another session. So you're going to half in one, half in the other. And one group can do, for example, ethics compliance in the morning, and then they wait until 2 weeks later to do the harassment avoidance. And then the flip side is true. The other half would do the other one in the morning on the first session, and then 2 weeks later do the other one. Again, totally up to you.
So if this is split over a month,
Mhm.
you would actually do both segments, one,
Yeah.
and then both segments, the other.
Yes,
So in case somebody happens to miss one, they could pick the other one up. They could do
Sure.
them both then.
yeah. It would also allow for some logistics for the division of staff. So you've got people here that are, running the airport, so to speak, while you have others here. And
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
again, up to you.
Okay,
Just a point of clarification. Did you say there were also online courses, links without you doing them?
Yes.
From CSDA on each one of those?
Yes.
For the past several years, we've been using CSDA
Okay.
online.
so-
yeah, and that's what I used last.
Yeah, I'd like to do that myself. For those links.
Okay. Okay, great. So Director Sabo indicates he'd just like to do it on his own. Director Sani, how about you? Group or on your own? We see your lips moving, but we can't. hear you.
Yeah, we got to raise my hand and my mute both. Sorry. My first question is, you guys are referring to a piece of paper, I think, or it's not in the packet, right?
Yes.
No,
The
it is
piece of
not.
paper indicates that
Training
you need
dates.
training for both
In April.
prevention training and ethics training.
Director
Okay.
Sani, I'll take a picture of it and send it to you.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss it. I couldn't find it in the packet. No problem. I'm fine with online, CBT or whatever. And yes, I did know that my training was due in April.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Curcio.
I've done it online before. It works great.
Okay, we have a trend going here. Director Leffel.
I prefer online, and I think with COVID still around, that it would be not the best idea to get half of the staff in the room with us at one time. So I would suggest that everybody do it online. Also, Scott, I think you're busy, and it might be a little harder because I think that's what we've run into before, is trying to schedule with your schedule. So I'm much better off going online and doing it at 5 a.m. if I want to, and not worry about it.
Nothing says good morning like ethics training. at 5
Yeah,
a.m.
that's what I want.
Not a strong enough.
Yeah, I mean, I did it online. It was fine. I do think there was a benefit to have everybody together and talking about these things. I think it makes the learning more interesting and sticks with you. My only concern is just let me know the date when I'm due so I can put that in my phone and stay on top of it that way.
And that was the intent behind this. So you are currently good with ethics
And second,
and
Sex
so
harassment.
you're good until 2023.
okay. Okay.
How did you manage that?
I'm just a diligent board member. I
He's an
stay on
early
top of these things.
subscriber.
I do it every year, just
Yeah,
because
because
I
you're,
forget. Okay, why don't we go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break, and 10 minutes this time. We'll come back at 1 minute after 1. Yeah, I was going to do that after we recess.
Did you guys order?
We have re-adjourned to the February 16th meeting of the Monterey Peninsula Water Board. It is 1:05 PM. And we are continuing with our agenda, board committee reports, acceptance of department reports. Before we move into committee reports, does anybody have a question of a department report? Bill?
no.
Director Sani, any questions? Okay. Director Curcio?
No.
Director Leffel?
I just want to say that again, the complaint log was wonderful with one item. And the person said, it's perfect. I loved it.
And when was the last time they said we were perfect?
I might, okay, this is really
This
good.
is-
So I just want to make sure
Oh,
we all know it was a perfect.
Nobody can find the complaint forms. Were you doing anything about that little tablet?
Oh,
Yes, we
Mr.
are.
Positive down there. Come on, don't you think we're perfect?
The
Okay.
answer to your question is yes, we are.
Oh, good.
Amanda is working on that.
okay.
Okay, very nice. Let's go to Standing Committee Budget and Finance. Director Sabo or Leffel, who's going to give the report?
Sabo,
Director Level.
Okay,
Sabo.
they're pointing fingers at one another, so age before beauty. Bill, can you give us the,
That might be a harassment thing. You need to get back in training.
No, we went over the financials. They are what they are, as you've seen them in your presentation. We spent time reviewing the two proposals that were in front of us here, and everything seems to be fine. No further information to report other than what's in the minutes.
very good. Air Service Marketing and Community Relations. Director Curcio, can you please give us a report?
Sure. I believe that Executive Director, we did get the Landrum and Brown report out to the full board.
That's correct.
Wonderful. Okay, so we did talk about that in air service, and Executive Director Lapierre said that it indicates that an increase in market retention when compared to the last leakage study conducted by a former consultant. He further highlighted that the airfares at MRY were more market-based than in previous reports, and that MRY fares were more in line with comparable airports in Central and Northern California. It also pointed out that we will hopefully be back to pre-pandemic numbers by late spring or early summer. Let's see what else we talked about. Oh, the air carrier service report, as I'm sure you all noticed when you looked through your reports, that we had a rather high cancellation number. And a major piece of that those cancellations were all due to Mesa in the Phoenix route, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And my question at the time was, how does American put up with this? I mean, I don't understand how they can allow this to go on and on. I think there were, I don't have it in front of me, close to 30.
There were 37 cancellations during a month, most of them.
20, over 20 were Mesa.
Correct.
So Director Lapierre said he has spoken to American about this. And if you care to elaborate.
I think you've covered it well. The only thing I would say is that American has been responsive. They've been in contact with Mesa, and we seem to be improving. I won't call us perfect yet, but American is responding to our outreach.
Well, and part of that is that I didn't mention, and you told us, part of that is due to the pilot shortage.
In large part, that's what every carrier is assigning to cancellations and delays right now is pilot shortage. And there is a pilot shortage. There is, and everyone's working hard to fix that. You can read various industry professionals who say it can be fixed in 6 months. Some say it's not until 2024. So,
That's encouraging.
yeah, it's.
And there
the
was,
industry-
I believe we discussed, there was a rash of COVID cases, even though they were
was.
asymptomatic, but they were testing positive.
Yeah, particularly during the holiday season, COVID seemed to be rampant in the flight crew arena. And it got national press, not just here, it was nationwide. But that seems to have resolved some here, as it seems to have started to subside in society in general, so.
So then we talked about our local marketing outreach, and the really good news is that Executive Director Lapierre has formalized an agreement with the new soccer team coming on to, they're going to play their games at the CSUMB, and we have done a $20,000 sponsorship for the team for their upcoming season. And the name of the team is the Monterey Union.
Monterey Union, yeah. And there will be a press release announcing our partnership with them. Right now, it's slated to come out on the 22nd. It could be a little earlier.
So the other thing we talked about, which it would be possibly additional steps, is that I think that Executive Director Lapierre has had some discussions about air travel. And have you gotten to contact any of the airlines at this point, or you're in the process?
I'm not sure I followed what you were
We
saying.
were talking about the team, the fly, the team that we were gonna. Didn't we talk about United Airlines being maybe a good fit for them?
Oh, yeah, okay, I'm with you now. Yes, yeah, we've put Monterey FC Union in direct contact with our contacts at American Airlines, and they're working out some kind of a relationship so that the team will fly out of this airport.
Right.
Versus, yeah.
And obviously, what would be great is in the future, if we could be referred to as the airport of the
Mhm.
Union soccer team.
Yeah.
So that's good stuff. Mary Ann talked about passenger comments. The other thing that remains encouraging is that the noise report had, I believe, one complaint.
Right.
So that's one complaint in the last 2 months.
Yep.
As my Italian grandfather used to say, not the too bad. So that's what I have. Director Miller, anything?
Yeah, just, you did talk briefly about Amanda's being assigned to social media and how you're looking at expanding that next year.
Yeah.
And maybe if you can talk a little bit more about leakage. I think we went from 70 to 69, meaning we were at 70% loss, or?
Yeah, I prefer to look at it the other way.
Oh.
Our recapture rate went from 29% to 30%. But if you look at that 30% recapture or capture rate and compare that to what we had seen with previous consultants, where that number was about 13 to 14%, that would indicate that maybe the data was flawed. But it does indicate that we're starting to recover. We're starting to capture more of our traffic than we have in the past.
Anything that slipped through the cracks between our meeting and now that you need to report out on?
I
or
don't
you can
think
let
so.
us know about?
Our consultant is at Roots America right now. He's meeting with airlines. There are two in particular that he's meeting with on our behalf. Those two are Avello and AHA. They're both there. So maybe more to come after those meetings.
And with the joining of Spirit and Frontier, any opportunities that present themselves to us?
Possibly, if you want them.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Frontier is going to take over they're going to be the dominant player in that relationship. Frontier is a better group to work with than Spirit. So we'll keep working on that. But I think there's some opportunities there going forward. That's where as the report indicates, that's where the industry growth is right now, is in ultra low fare carriers.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on air service before we move on?
Yes.
Go ahead.
On the lender unbound leakage study, I confess I didn't quite understand it, but I had a comment. My recollection, and Carl, Mary Ann, the way you used to be down at like 37% leakage. Now we're 30% leakage. I mean, maybe
Capture.
We were capturing 37% of the passengers here. Now we're only capturing 30% of the thing. This goes back to the days when Tom was here and all that, and I forget who we were using at that time to do the leakage study. It seems like we've slid all the way up to losing 70% versus 63%. And does this make any?
No.
You referred to our history, and our history is
Yeah, the
different.
director, I can't speak to what you saw when Tom was here. I wasn't
Yeah.
here. I can speak to what I know from the
What was
time
it
I've
when
been
you
here.
came on board? Do you
And
remember?
we were our capture rate, a percentage of people buying tickets within a 30-mile radius of this airport. The last time that was measured by Mead and Hunt, and it was in the 13 to 14% range. I'm not saying that was accurate, nor am I saying that this is entirely accurate. There may be apples and oranges, but it looks like we're capturing more of our traffic. And you can see that in the number of passengers boarding. You can see that in the number of flights we have. So it looks like we are making headway.
Well, the methodologies are kind of important, and I think we need to understand what methodologies they're using, because this leakage thing is a big deal. It was one big
don't-
metric here.
Yeah,
for
see, the
us.
thing is, they don't use methodology. They use actual data that's reported to the Department of Transportation by the airline. So it's not a methodology thing. It's data. And depending on how that data is captured by the consultant, there may be some differences there. But there isn't a theory, there isn't a methodology.
Well, how we capture the data is a methodology. I mean, I
Well,
think
the
they
data-
need to be consistent, time after time, so that we have a metric where we can compare ourselves, because I don't recall what Mead and Hunt were doing, but I don't remember it being down as low as 13%. But in any event, I think going forward, it would really be nice to be paying close attention to that metric and how they're capturing that data, in case we change again.
What you looked at is a quarterly report, and it will be that. You will see that report every quarter.
Okay.
So you'll be able to track it with that.
The other thing I didn't understand, I don't have the chart in front of me, but it said San Francisco, SFO. And what were they, do you recall all we're looking at here is PowerPoint slides. We're looking at analysis. So why does it say San Francisco versus SJC, for example?
I believe
Or
it said
leakage?
both. I believe it bifurcated.
I don't think so. I looked all over for it to see where they were looking to find where our leakage was, and it was our competitor in my mind is San Jose. San Francisco is certainly a competitor, but San Jose, that route up to Highway 101, up 101 to San Jose is our prime competitor out there. So I guess I don't have the slide in front of me right now, but it says something SFO. It doesn't say San Jose. It says JC. We focus on where we're losing the traffic to going forward.
I'll have to look at the
Yeah.
slide director. 'cause
I thought it had San Jose. I
I'm
don't have it with me.
I
but
am
thought-
99.5% positive it said San Jose and San Francisco.
It was what?
It said both San Jose and San Francisco. I could be corrected after looking at it, but my recollection is
Okay,
it said both.
I'll look at it. But going
Yeah.
forward, as one director, and I'm not on the committee, but I'd like to know where our leakage is. Where are people from our area going to take an airplane flight if they're not coming here?
And I
And I'd like to
believe
know if it's
my
San Francisco
recollection
or
is in-
SJC.
I believe that's identified in percentages in that presentation. Again,
Maybe I
I'm
just
gonna
didn't
get
look
my-
on that page or something. But I think it's a relevant metric for us. Very important metric. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, if we don't have any other questions, we'll move
I
on.
do have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
And this is pre-check.
Mhm.
Could we try to get them back here on their traveling?
Yeah, we've talked to them about doing ground-based. They've done one since we had this conversation last, and we can reschedule those. In terms of the van itself, that's all over the country. When it comes to the West Coast, will certainly be in play.
Ground based, what does that mean?
They actually took some office space for a while here for a week and did appointments.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
been several months.
Did we? There you go.
We have it scheduled for May.
Can you give it to me? I actually had two requests. I was sitting here and I sent a email or text over to Art Labs asking, were they doing it? She said, no, it's too expensive and difficult. And obviously they've been busy with COVID. So they're not doing it. So we're going to be the only game in town and people are starting to travel again. I think it's a good way to get people to come here
Yeah, come to the airport.
to understand what we tried.
Not fighting at all. We have it scheduled in May. That was not something I was aware of or didn't remember one of the two.
Chris,
If
do
if you
have
could
this
get that
schedule?
out to all the board members. that'd be
Well, the problem is they don't open the portal up until a month before. So that's why we haven't sent the information out. They haven't opened up that portal for registration for those dates yet. That's just how they operate. As soon as it's open, we can send you the dates as a tentative, but as soon as they open the portal up, we also will start advertising.
So it'll be May.
It will be early. Yes, I can look at my calendar and tell you exactly when, but it is planned.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, airport development and leases. Director Sani, can you give us an update, please? Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, I actually had my hand raised. I did have a question about the marketing.
Oh, I was looking over there. I did not
Okay.
see your hand, but go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Social media, I know Director Curcio discussed that a little bit. Could you just give a little bit more recap about that? Because it was quite absent in the last document that the board saw, or just what additionally is being done?
So, Can I make a suggestion? Can we send the metrics report out to the full board?
Sure.
Lisa, we have it. We just didn't get it to the full board.
Yeah, and I believe there was a conversation about it. I saw it last year, and I think that will be really helpful if that can be in our packet. I think if you're getting it as a committee, that would be great to add it.
Actually, it was just redone by Amanda and is really excellent. I'd love to have the whole board see it. Great job, by the way.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. I'll go ahead and move on to leases then. We reviewed the two leases that have already been discussed today by the board and approved. We also have asked the staff, as discussed in the meeting today, to review the CPI adjustment and kind of look at that policy going forward for the board. I believe there was discussion about reviewing the upcoming leases for the next 5 years too. I think that's TBD and and exactly when workflow can be done. And then also a discussion for a property tour of all the lease spaces, probably next month or the following month for the lease committee, were the items that I had highlighted. Anything else, Director Curcio?
I don't believe so. I think you got it.
Very good. Any questions for members of the lease committee? Seeing none, we'll move over to ad hoc committees, local jurisdictions liaison, Leffel and Miller. We have not had a meeting. And for the record, that's not an alternate. That is, we just have two members sitting on that at the same time. But we haven't had a meeting. Have we had any requests for a meeting?
No.
No one wants to talk to us?
No one wants to talk to us.
It's understandable.
Okay. Local Agency Formation Commission, I don't think anything's been happening there, Mary Ann. Do you have anything to update us on? Or?
We meet on the 28th, and at that time, I understand, I have not seen it yet, but I understand that the request for latent powers will be back as a reconsideration item, but I haven't seen the request yet, so I don't know where it is, where it stands. And I do know that I am Chair of Budget and Finance, and we are meeting Friday on that. And the staff has gone 2 years without any increase. And the one thing that I think will impact us as a district is that there will be an ask in that budget fairly for an increase of some sort. So it may be that because of all of these things, there may be an increase for all districts for their LAFCO dues and support for next fiscal year. But I'll know more when I really delve into the budget. So
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Mary Ann,
Are
I
you
didn't-
done? Are you done with your report?
go ahead.
What, I didn't quite understand there. It would be LAFCO gets an increase, the staff gets an increase. How does that affect this district? You know, how does that flow down?
All districts pay into LAFCO's budget.
Okay, including
Districts, cities,
municipalities.
everybody, right?
Yeah, there are three funding sources: the county, the cities, and the districts.
Okay. So, and that, is it proportional or?
Yes. Yeah. I think ours, I can't remember. It's in a line item in our
It's based
budget.
on operating budgets, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
it is.
I do not remember the number.
And we have been penalized in the past because we had to make an effort that they don't count our grant funding in that, you know. And in the past, they were throwing in like 20 million, in there, but you really can't count that for us. It's just our regular annual operating budget, not.
We haven't seen that in the last several years, but we always look. for
No,
it.
because we argued and got it out of there.
Yeah.
Before you got
And
here.
it hasn't come back. That's what I'm saying.
No.
So,
And the amount that we have paid has been static for 2 years.
Yeah.
We held it at 2 years because of COVID and everything else. We did not take anything, and we were taking money out of reserves, but that's got to stop. So we will probably be out for a request for next year for an increase.
So how much have we been paying as a district for LAFCO?
Looking, it's a line item in your.
Yeah, spitball it. Yeah. Is it bigger in the back?
Somewhere on, here it is, 13,908.
Okay,
And we budgeted last year 15,500 because when we did our airport budget, we anticipated an increase from LAFCO.
I get
But
it.
the Budget Finance Committee at LAFCO held the line on it and we kept it
Okay, thank
static.
you.
I know we always cringe when there's a lawsuit because that means we need to have a special payment to that cover legal expenses.
We haven't in a long time, but we might.
Right around the corner. Okay,
So just so you all know, I was served on a week ago Sunday at 5:30 at night, a intent to recall me from my position here. And I had 7 days to answer that and put a 200-word statement into the elections department, that now the elections department is in the process of formatting the petition for recall for me from this seat. And they will then have 120 days from the time the elections department certifies the petition for them to go out to collect about 2,600 signatures
In your district.
in my District 3 of the airport district to recall me.
Where does your 200-word statement go?
Pardon?
What's the purpose of the 200-word statement?
It's
Does it
a
get published?
rebuttal to their allegations that I'm a liar.
Okay, so, but does this go in a pamphlet or something at the primary?
When they come
June
to
primary.
people in my District 3 and ask them to sign a petition of recall, and they say, these are all the things we say,
Yeah,
my statement is there saying, this is my statement.
okay. And is this for the June primary election or
No,
November?
They have 120 days from whenever the elections department says it's ready to go. So sometime around the end of the month, they will have 120 days to get the signatures.
No.
If they get them, then I will more than likely be on the November ballot.
November ballot. Okay. All right.
Or not.
Or, no, if they get the signatures, you might be on the November ballot, or there's an alternative special election.
Yeah, we could do a special election, but not if it's between 85 and 125 days of a general election. And because we have an election within that time period, I've looked at it. I'm not a legal expert, but I looked at it and it looks like it'll fall for the November election.
And that would be bifurcated, right? It would be a recall, yes, no on the first, and then if recalled, you do your choices for replacement.
Correct.
That's correct.
So the issue is that they do not understand that my vote represents the districts. It does not represent the city of Monterey or the people in my neighborhood. It does if they agree with me, I guess, but my whole position on LAFCO is because of the district.
Thank you.
And the committee is called the Committee to Defend Democracy Recall Level.
Wow, that's a mouthful.
Okay, well, we wish you luck.
We're gonna have to do a lot more than that.
I know. Okay, moving on, Regional Taxi Authority Director Curcio, you did not have a meeting.
Not
right?
till June or July. What is it?
July, probably.
June, July.
Right.
Transportation Agency for Monterey County Director Sabo.
Nothing to report.
Nothing to report. Okay. Special District Association Liaison, we gave that to Director Leffel, who is our president. Wears many hats. She's like the Queen of England. She wears many hats. He is the head that wears the crown, so.
There is not a meeting this month, so there's nothing.
Okay.
to
The next
report.
meeting is April.
April.
And who will be our guest
I
speaker?
believe
then?
it
A little
will,
teaser.
I think it'll be Robert Rivas,
Okay,
who actually
Assemblyman.
has been selected as the CSA Legislator of the Year.
very good.
Yeah.
Okay, Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, Director Sani.
Yes, I attended my first meeting last week. Non-voting member, obviously. They went over their audit from 2021 and everything was unremarkable. One interesting thing, local sources from 2020 to 2021, funds increased by 40%, while federal sources decreased by 13% and state decreased by 25%. So I just thought that was a little interesting. The other big thing, they also went over appointment of boards and committees for the next year. The biggest thing that they ended up spending time talking about is this rural REN timeline, which is going to be for the next 10 years. And it would be a budget of about $11 million over 5 years. And it's for 5 energy efficiency programs within the AMBAG region, including outreach and education to the community about the green economy and support for small businesses, as well as just residents and building electrification. There was more to it, obviously, but that's just a highlight. That was the meeting.
Very good. Any questions for Director Sonny? Okay, very good. That is everything. So we will recess and re-adjourn and close session, and then we'll be back. You have a new link for Director Sonny?
I do. Yes, sir.
Welcome back. It is 3:59 on February 16th, continuing now in open session for the regular board meeting of the Monterey Peninsula, Monterey Regional Airport. We just came out of closed session. We have nothing to report. Okay. Where is my agenda? Here, I got it. Pending requests for future agendas. We got a few items there. Does anybody have anything else that would like to be added? Well, hearing none.
Did I hear my name?
Yeah, we're at pending requests for future agenda items. Anything you wish to add?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
I have something.
Mhm.
We have talked about doing a tour of the property in conjunction with like a full-scale
Mhm.
retreat. But because we're going to be busy in the next month or so, could we schedule a special board meeting for the tour?
Not a problem. Yeah. We've just been waiting until everyone is comfortable being together. If everyone's comfortable, we can schedule it anytime. Tour.
To take a tour of the new the progress they've made on the service road and exactly where the things might move around to and where things might be.
Yeah.
And to look at like, where is Forza Motors and what does it look like right now? And just, this is that property and this is that, because we talk about these things.
Yeah.
And we look at them, but we don't all go over there and look. So.
And we have done that before where we rented a van and put that in there, but correct me if I'm wrong, Scott. This would have to be an open session because you would have all the board members.
Yes.
And if we had members of the public, we would have to give them the opportunity
Yes.
to come with us.
Yes.
Okay.
We can schedule that anytime that you are of a mind to. Like I say, that's been a request before. We've just been waiting until everyone is comfortable being all together.
It sounds like you got that scheduled for the lease committee. Did you want
We had talked about doing that for Lease. We can broaden that and do it for everyone.
to just kill everybody at the same time? Maybe some benefit for all of us being out there. Well, not to kill us all at the same time, but
Yeah, okay, let's choose a different,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would,
we can conduct the tour for everyone
Right.
rather than just these.
that would be my preference. So we do it as a group. Okay. Can I leave that with you to facilitate coming up with a date? Thank you. Anything else from anybody? That would say, judging by the length of our board meetings lately, that's going to have to be a special meeting though, and separately.
Maybe we can do it with, in conjunction with something else that we need to.
Maybe like a committee meeting, the day of the committees or something. But
No,
we'll
it has to
do
be, it
something.
has to be a full board meeting.
Full board,
Full
full
meeting.
board
If you're all
special
going to be
meeting.
in the room or in the van or whatever, it has to be a full. So we'll work out the details.
Okay, thank you. I guess I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Meeting is adjourned at 4:03, and we are still on the 16th of February. So see everybody next time.
Have a good day, everyone.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Hi, Lisa.
Thanks, Lisa.
Bye.